I think Clinodev was the first person to put it on a wish list though. Pro wish lister? No, I need a life. Honestly, I need a life. I remember when I wish listed it too. I was literally walking back from the grocery store. And this YouTube video is getting multiple comments a minute, which is whack. I'm answering a question in a YouTube comment. That's the date. Oh, you mean like a 13/2019? You wish listed it on 3/26/2019? Drop the ball there. I mean, yeah. What's the plan for Dwarf Fortress today? So I was planning on just playing Longdeath for a good chunk of the day, and then maybe playing my mega project my other big fort a little bit later. So I was thinking 2 forts today, but we'll see. We're gonna start off with Longdeath though, which is very much just an easy fort to chill and talk over. So, which. Why am I not seeing the save? Where is my save? Red Octobear, thanks for the 5-pack. What the fuck's happening, though? Oh, there it is. I can read. You can't wait for digging invaders? I can. So we're in the year 429. Early summer. I'll be honest, I can wait for digging invaders. I just want them to bring catapults. But yeah, for some reason my eyes were glazing over the release date. What are we working on here? We're working on silver goblets. No mandates. Pulled catapults. That's what I'm hoping for. I'm hoping for siege equipment, but we'll worry about that when we get there. We'll worry about that when we get there. So I've got several dwarves I'm trying to keep happy. And some dwarves that I'll never keep happy. Seriously, thank you very much for the 5 gift subs. Longdeath is a fortress that I'm keeping alive for 1,000 years. And at this point, I think it's going to take me a very, very, very long time to finish this project because Premium is releasing in a month. The fortress is on year 429, which means the fortress is 424 years old. That's my desk. The living dwarves are Dragon, Volleyball, Tygo, Lethargicist, Anonymo, Malden, Disco, Havoc, Diamond Destruct, Ayer. User, thank you very much for the tier 1 subscription for the 2nd month. Aquafunkalistic, Booty Wap, Mist, Lil M. Katsu, Zindros, Bloodcat, Hoshan, the Skoid, Rory, Stone, Paranoid Metroid, Arch, Hops the Second, Deadliest, Nyako, Jimmy Tibby, Farana, Cannon Fodder, Fight Attack, Lamund, Shenrayon, NetJam, Mr. Mac, of course, retired Navy vet. The Bard, who's serving raspberry wine, who's quite annoyed after, like, being caught in the ring. How's Aquafunk doing? I know I, like, read that name, but where is it? There it is. Aquafunky is, feels enjoyment while performing, but was dejected upon dwelling upon the being unable to acquire something for too long, and he felt love after speaking with your mom. You are a stone crafter. And I just realized we hit my sub goal, which means I have to gift a sub. So if you don't have a subscription in the channel, raise your hand, and I will give you a subscription. There's one I see. There you go. Bang. Just realized like I should have done that anonymously. Oh, wells. It would have counted towards the train if I had. It was the first one I saw, Phoenix, unfortunately. All right. You had... I swear you had a dwarf in this fort, but it doesn't look like you did. It's a JTV Days account? Wait, what? Oh, a 2011 account? Gotta love the JTV Days account. Rory, thanks for checking out another game, so cheers, man. But we do have some unnamed dwarves in the fort, but they're all merchants because we've hit, like, the hard cap of the number of dwarves we can have in the fort. So if you would like a dwarf in this fort, I can give you one, but keep in mind it'll probably be a merchant. Otherwise, you gotta wait for kids, and we do have 6 children in the fort, and there's been quite a few new ones recently, so hopefully that number will rise. I sold off some goblets on mistake, so the dwarves are upset, so we're making a bunch of silver ones right now. Was that 16,000 dead? Yeah, that happens when you've had Dwarf Fortress running for 429. We started on year 5. So yes, that is the number dead. Oh god, the dwarf vanity. Also a very large number of, like, if I actually go over to that number, it is admittedly a lot of unicorns, humans, unicorns, emus, war dogs, humans, mole dogs, humans, unicorns, humans, unicorns, humans, bulls, cows, unicorns, humans, a lot of unicorns, various other livestocks. User, thanks for the 5 community gifts. Appreciate you, lad. Unicorns, chickens, a lot of the number of unicorns killed in this fort might actually outpace the number of dwarves in this world. It's like we eat a lot of unicorn intestine. Okay, it's a popular consumption. Unicorn meat must taste like donkey ass. Well, I've never eaten donkey, so I can't confirm. Although it would be difficult to consume unicorn in real life. You have premium for X-Max? You mean Xmas? X-Max is the brand of weed vaporizer. Yes. Speaking of humans, the other human faction that doesn't want to murder us is here to trade. I'm assuming you mean Christmas. But yes, we do in fact get Dwarf Fortress for the holidays. And I'm excited. I hope you are too. Also, I just want to say this. Thank you to all of you who have watched my YouTube videos over the past year. It's a blend of cotton candy and chicken. Sorry, but sweet chicken? No thanks. I was gonna say, wouldn't it just taste like horse but rainbow colored? It's like food coloring and horse meat. Anyway, so I just want to say a real quick thank you to everybody who's been watching my YouTube videos over the past 2 years. Because, like, it's the... Like, when I first started streaming Dwarf Fortress actively, I was basically just because when I first started streaming Dwarf Fortress actively, it was in, like, late 2018 or early 2019. And I'd been, like, learning the game on/off stream since about 2017. And I'd basically accepted that my streaming career was going to end at that point because Premium Dwarf Fortress hadn't been announced, and it was a very quiet game to stream. And I was basically just accepting that, yeah, I'm going to stream this for another 6 months and then go get a job, was where I was at. But because of the success of the YouTube channel and people funding the Patreon and just you crazy people who watch my streams, I get to do this job full time. So thank you. Because I wouldn't be here doing this if it wasn't for the general interest / excitement around Dwarf Fort. It's pretty true. What crazy? I don't know who I could possibly be mentioning. Animal. No idea. No idea. I'm not calling out anyone in specific. I'm just saying in general. So thanks for the train. World's most popular cheese. That is like an actual like thing I can claim too. I am in fact the world's most popular cheese running content creator. Also, the post on Dwarf Fortress has 666 upvotes, so nobody's allowed to upvote it now. Just saying. God, I got my like keypad in the wrong spot. I keep hitting the wrong button. It's like one next to the other one. With the current influx people, is it possible to change my Patreon name at the end of your videos? Shoot me a DM on Patreon because I don't know like usernames versus real names versus. So yeah, if you want a specific name, just shoot me a DM on Patreon. I update those at the end of every month. So, hey Lobarin, it's that guy. You're not dead? Well, that's good. Neither am I. Surprisingly enough. But yeah, it's difficult for me to keep track of who's who on page because everybody's got different names and emails and stuff in different places. So like, yeah, if you want a name swapped around in credits, you gotta DM me. I usually just try and reach out to the person initially these days. 104 comments? What do you mean? And 104 commands? Animal. Oh, because you're Animal 104. Gersh. I can't wait until this menu gets redone. Cannot wait. Cannot wait. It's like, currently at this point, I kind of just want to melt all the bins. Made trading difficult. Fuck it. We'll just do that. It wasn't hell? You wasn't subbed? We'll try time to fix that? Weird. Well, I mean, if you weren't before, you will be soon. Lots of people aren't subbed to me. That's fine. Not everybody needs to be subbed to me. I've also downloaded last night's VOD for safekeeping. You mean Sunday's VOD? Because that wasn't last night. That was the day before yesterday. December 6th, Turbo Tubby. Speaking of people I haven't seen in a minute, how you been? Your fine collection of VODs from other streams? I mean, I was thinking about archiving that VOD on Twitch, but I just wasn't going to put it on YouTube. I just wait. I mean, like, it's, according to the very, very official, important, legitimate, 100% accurate, Gremlin for Mayor sponsored Dwarf Fortress countdown timer, that will totally stay up for the entirety of the, countdown, says it's only 4 weeks, 6 days, and 20 hours, and 33 minutes, and 18 seconds until the release of Dwarf Fortress. It's the totally legitimate countdown timer that will totally stay up. Or maybe wait for some bug fixes? I haven't played it, so I don't know. I'll probably be playing it before then, so. Someone got a link for that? There you go. This is the most shoutouts Diamond's had in a day, ever. It needs more gremlin propaganda. I'm disappointed at your lack of propaganda. All right, so, question is... Oh, our guy's already here. I am the link. I mean, there's no reason to not play it, but, like, if you haven't learned the game, like, you might as well. Like, that's honestly where I'm at on that, is, like, you might as well. Like, you're not losing anything by just playing it. So. That looked like YouTube? No, that's definitely Twitch. Can I just say, by the way, I don't actually mind the most recent YouTube redesign. I think it's kind of nice. I think that the vast majority of it is, like, improvements for the most part, with the exception of the fact that it's harder to zoom out pages now on YouTube, and that really bums me out. It really bums me out because I like being able to zoom out my pages all the way out. But aside from that, I think it's actually quite nice looking. Diamond Destruct did self-promo. Oh, well, you might as well go watch him instead then. Can you get a link to that cooldown? I just put it at the top of this chat. Literally click on Diamond Destruct's name and go to his stream. Or just, like, go to the Dwarf Fortress directory. It's right there. I love that I'm literally arming my enemies. It'll be about 150. Out of random questions, I'm trying to figure out, like, You know, I'll put it this way, Rockcat. Something that I'm thinking is going to be quite popular on YouTube. Well, I mean, exchange rates aren't one-to-one. Like, Steam does have regional pricing to an extent. But something that is worth noting is Premium is not the only version getting the UI rework, right? Like, Classic will also still exist. And even though it doesn't exist right away, it will exist when, at a point after Premium is out. And I think that there will be quite a popular, FPS death is a myth and only happens due to player error these days, Sax. There will be a quite popular subset of YouTube videos, I think, for making Dwarf Fortress Classic look and feel like Premium. If somebody figures out how to add pixels to the UI, especially, I have a feeling that modding Classic Dwarf Fortress to look and feel and play like, and sound like, Premium DF is going to be quite popular. Here, muscle memory is going to be hard to break. I'm also kind of expecting somebody to just put up like a DAT file or something that you can just copy into your games directory that just makes the controls the old controls. Kind of expecting that. I don't think it's a 100% guarantee, but I think it's like likely enough that I don't think it'll be an issue. If anybody desperately wants to stay with the old ones, but also learning the new hotkeys isn't going to be that bad. But FPS death has never been an issue for me. I've managed to lock up some forts in the past, but it's always been due to either infinite enemies respawning in an area that can be fixed by just simply dumping some lava on their heads, or like things stuck somewhere. Like, FPS death hasn't been a thing in the game in about 5-6 years, maybe more. Then why you asked me how is the FPS death in this fort? Does the frame rate look fine? There's very little micro in Dwarf Fortress. Very little micro in Indoor. It's very much a macro game. Like, this is the management in Dwarf Fortress. Rock, pot 50. And then you wait for the dwarf to, like, go assign the order. Dwarf Fortress largely plays itself. Well, if you think it slows down, then fair enough, but I disagree. I've never had a problem with major FPS slowdown in Dwarf Fortress in the last 5 years. So you can just sit here and be like, how is it? It's like, the game's at 30 FPS. Longdeath runs just fine. I have a fort with 220 dwarves that's 20 years in that runs just fine. Like, I don't have problems with Dwarf Fortress's frame rate. And I really hate it when people are just like, how's your frame rate death? It's like, I don't have problems with it. And they're like, but the game slows down. It's like, no, it really doesn't. You gotta go. We'll see you when we see you, Rockcat. Cheers, man. Also, for those of you who have Bay 12 Games forums questions, Tarn is sleeping right now and hasn't started answering the Future of the Fortress questions. Get some in there if you can. Yeah, because I know what I'm doing. It's like, just don't hoard everything that you produce, trade away your excess, and don't have cats locked in rooms, and don't lock children in rooms, and generally the game runs just fine. But I also have a pretty fucking powerful computer, so keep that in mind. So, you can't, like, ask somebody for an opinion on something, be told that it's not an issue, and then say you're wrong, which is often what people do. It's true, don't lock children in rooms. It will hurt your frame rate. You know the game bugs out if you increase the frame rate above 59, right? Like, it's not designed to run faster than 60. Don't lock children in rooms, it will lag your frame rate. As somebody who's never had kids, I wouldn't know if that's a good parenting tip, but you're welcome. I will quote that, though, as you insist. I will say there are some pretty fucking choice quotes in the recent Halcyon podcast episode with Tekid. There are some pretty choice quotes in that podcast because we discussed Goblin Thongrot with somebody who's never heard of Goblin Thongrot, and it's fun. Pretty in Steam Dwarf Fortress? I haven't seen waves. I don't think they've shown us an ocean biome yet. Something that I really want to do as soon as I get my hands on Dwarf Fortress is making a video of the majority of the biomes. I want to just do a video that's just like, here's a couple seconds of footage of each biome for premium Dwarf Fortress. That's something that really, that's probably the first thing I'm going to do when I get it, is just settle a fort in like a large world on every single biome that I can find and put like 30 seconds of footage in each one. You want to see the leaves fall? When the walls fell. You have a podcast you're ready to check out on another tab? Cheers, dude. Yeah, totally cough. You cap the graphic frame rates to 15 or 30, but the FPS to 300s. You knew it caused problems. Yeah, despite playing it since 2006. Cough. Well, then, like, don't complain. if you're fucking with the game and you have problems, don't complain. Just like if you're in a country with an election and you can vote and you choose not to vote and then you complain, you don't have the right to complain. So if you're fucking with the game and it runs weird, gosh, I wonder why. Need a DF screensaver? Do monitors still need screensavers? I thought that stopped being a thing with, like, you know, CRTs went away. We'll see you when we see you, Poimu. Thanks for swinging by. It was good to see you. And to those of you who have stated at me and asking about ways to, like, help translate Dwarf Fortress, translate the wiki. Find a version of the Dwarf Fortress wiki in your language and translate the wiki. You can increase the FPS cap, yes, but it fucks with the game, and it causes errors to happen, so no, don't do it. Like, you can. Reminds me of that awesome Civ 3 screensaver you had. You had a Civ 3 screensaver? What was that? Just like screensaver mode for Civ? Not a burn-in thing? What, screensavers? Like on modern monitors, it's a security thing? Like, as in when you lock your computer, it goes into screensaver? Because I don't think I've had a screensaver on a computer since like 2005. But then again, I also live alone, so. Could use wallpaper engine. As somebody who likes plain-ish wallpapers, I think this will just be my wallpaper for a while. It's a decent wallpaper. Yeah, it's pinned on the KitFox Discord on the engraver's wall if you want it. I also just lost my tab I had up. There it is. A nebula? I almost set those recent photos of Pillars of Creation as my background, but then I kind of didn't because I couldn't find one that fit at a high enough resolution, and I was kind of sad. This is crazy, chat room. This video is getting 1,500 views an hour. That's bonkers. Yesterday's video did really well, and it's not even at 5,000 views yet. This one's at like... And it did 3,600 views between 8 and 9 a.m. That's fucking wild. That is fucking wild. An otter live stream going? That's utterly adorable. How utterly nice of you. But how dare you otter such a thing in my chat? Because those otters might steal my... I'm running out of otter puns. I'm sorry. Are these freshwater otters or saltwater otters? One more pun and you'll post a link. Don't underestimate the power of... I give up. Welcome to the otter side of Twitch. There you go, you win. Oh, it's the Marine Animal Rescue. Yeah, I'm the Marine Mammal Rescue. I've seen that one before. This large Falcon 9 is going to be your image for... Is that stop image for a while? Oh. You compensating for something, Animal? I mean, come on. I'm really curious. How many... Because my thread on /art games just hit 2,000 upvotes. So, if this video claims 8.8 thousand views for the trailer, right? 8.8 thousand views on the trailer. And 4,069 upvotes on Reddit. See, PC Gaming is 1,200, and it's on a bunch of others now, including gaming. All right, so... If... And the RimWorld subreddit too. If it's doing that well, right? Let's go see how many views my video has publicly. I'm kind of curious about this. This is a genuine fascination for me. So my video has 4,900 views publicly, but in the back end, YouTube informs me that it has 8,300. So that means it's probably close to 15,000 views by now. Not bad. Yours is just a mecha wallpaper. That's pretty cool, though. That's pretty cool. Nothing wrong with mechs. But yeah, so chat room, I will say this. Think about questions for Zach and Tarn, because I'm going to see if we can get them on the stream before release. Embedded views don't count to the public? That's kind of a bummer. Yeah, they do. It just takes about 30 to 45 minutes for live views to represent on the video publicly. Because mechs are cool. I like big robots, and I cannot lie. I don't cut my sandwiches. So I don't know. I don't think dwarves make sandwiches because dwarves don't know how to make bread. They know how to make, like, flour, and they can make roasts using flour. Hey, Trevor. December? Hell yeah. Someone early in chat said that they thought that video was really well paced. You know, it's if you're referring to my video that I uploaded this morning, I feel like I did kind of a bad job on that video. Like, I went through it and I watched it like 4 times. I'm like, I don't know how I could make this video better. But also, like, I feel like it's missing something, and I still kind of feel like it's missing something. But you've never seen a torch? Is that an adventure mode thing? Well, it's an artistic interpretation. This news was good news. Yeah, I don't know. We're all our own worst critics, right? Biscuits? What? Biscuits and gravy? Leaked feature? Damn right. I received a DM from TechEd right when I got out of bed that was just like, well, I guess I need to book a week off in December. Because damn right. My God. I mean, maybe those are actually just 12, like, Crundles in a trench coat, you know? Maybe. Maybe those aren't in fact dwarves. They're just Crundles in disguise. More that meets the eye. Gosh. It's kind of wild just, like, refreshing my comments section every couple minutes and seeing, like, 5 more comments. I've never had a video go that fast, so. So my comment and came here? Well, thank you, Turd of Endearment. Also, for anybody who is new to the Twitch channel here, we generally stream Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays, and gosh, Mom, you're walking slowly. I guess carrying a kiddo's, like, you know, slowing you down a bit, hey? It's not particularly strong, so I'm sure that's got something to do with it. Although you are a legendary clother. Not that that is much of a strength. Store item in barrel. I hope you're not putting your kid in the barrel. Anyway. To anybody who's... Someone bought something on the Humble Store. Thank you. Nobody does that anymore, so it always throws me off when that happens.
Yhdysvaltain dollaria ja 99 senttiä.
Don't ask why that's in Finnish. It's a long story. So to anybody who is new to the stream side of things for me, we stream Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays, but as soon as I get my hands on a streamable copy of the Steam version, we're probably going to be bumping that up to 6 days a week, at least for like a month-ish, I would say. Why is it in Finnish? Well, I mean, it's the finished product, clearly. Was that the RCT crash sound effect? Yes. That is my donation and thus, by connection, the Humble Store purchase sound. Fun fact, that is the most recent game I streamed, actually. I streamed Roller Coaster Tycoon on Sunday. That is the game that this channel got its start on. It was Roller Coaster Tycoon. What are you storing in a barrel? So we are at war with humans, and they do invade us occasionally. Fortunately, I've got this very long, suspicious tunnel to murder them all with lava. So, the fighting is quite easy. Was that you who did that, Diamond? Is that what you're suggesting? Lava Drain. Let's do that. Wario64 posted the Dwarf Fortress launch trailer. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. You know what's funny is I have Wario64 muted. But fuck yes. That's good. It's good to see. They're hauling random crap into the fort from stuff that got left out of the fort a while ago. By a trade caravan that got knocked over ages ago. Unless something just got knocked over, but I don't think so. Yeah, no, nothing recently got knocked over, so this is all old stuff. You have a feeling that you're going to be spending a lot of time in DF Premium? Well, I mean, for anybody who's never played Dwarf Fortress is like an extremely chill RimWorld with a hell of a lot more storytelling in it. And a hell of a lot more storytelling capacity. Like, think Crusader Kings level of storytelling capacity, but also a lot more world simulation in a much bigger world. But also it's, you know, a base building game. And then, you know, 6 to 8 months or a year or however long it takes them to retool, update, and finish Siege/Villains and Adventure Mode, then you'll get a single-player RPG added onto it. So, there is 20 years of content here. There will be a lot to play, and a lot to sink your teeth into, and a lot to spend time in. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Which is why it's like it's a CK level of storytelling, but way deeper. Some large Spanish content creator streamer did as well. You don't know them personally, but 161,000 followers on Twitter. I think they might be looking into the game on the publicity side. I mean, there's going to be a lot of people that are just going to jump on the bandwagon for Dwarf Fort. Like, so, some of... Okay, do you guys remember They Are Billions? You guys remember when They Are Billions came out? There was about a week when They Are Billions originally came out. And there was maybe a couple dozen people streaming it. Like, it wasn't ginormous, but there was maybe a few dozen people streaming it. And then something happened where suddenly everybody started streaming it. And then it was just, like, you couldn't turn on Twitch without, like, half the people that you follow were streaming it. I think that's going to happen with Dwarf Fort. There will be, like, a weird period of time where a bunch of people jump on it, but it's not that crazy. What happened to you, Pilot? Suddenly oblivious to reality? I'm not actually sure how that happened. Well, you're legendary, so you'll snap out of it. Let's just give you some crafts, what? Poor dwarf. Good luck. But yeah, anyway, Baru jumped on it, and then, like, suddenly everybody else was playing it. I think the same thing's gonna happen to Dwarf Fort. Like, I'm very much expecting Dwarf Fort to just randomly have, like, 100,000 viewers on Twitch for a couple days. More people to flood your follow list. I mean, I hope Seth never reviews another video game, but unfortunately he continues to. And Mandalore, I don't think it's his kind of game. I really don't. I don't think it's Mandy's type of jam. I mean, Sal started off on Dwarf Fort. She just, like, betrayed us all and left for a year or two. Instead of being like me and sticking with it. But it's fine. He seems to be back-ish now, which is cool to see. I don't know if Northern Lion would. I've never seen him. Has he ever played, like, RimWorld? So, I mean, Mandalore's list of games to review is public, though. Like, anybody can add to that. Or rather, any of his patrons can, which is basically public, because he's got a lot of patrons. I mean, someone has to. Aqua. Co-Carnage will. I actually spoke with Co-Carnage at TwitchCon in 2019 about Dwarf Fortress, and he said he'd play it, so. Actually, I think it was 2019. Shit. I actually don't know what year it was. It might have been the year before even. It's nothing like... The thing is, Seth already has, and I don't know why he would do it again. And honestly, I'd rather people stop mentioning him in my chat. Life would be much better. I mean, he might. I don't care. You loved his marathon series? I actually got weirdly bored of the marathon series. I don't know. I kind of fell off of them. They got a bit too convoluted, just like Marathon. I did like his recent review of Arcanum, though. And then he put out the Ring video, which I haven't gotten around to watching yet. Based on Wagner's The Ring. Which actually reminds me of one of my favorite, like, jokes from a show that I've never watched, which is 30 Rock, which is, oh, Flight of the Valkyries, are you a fan of Wagner? No, I'm just a really big fan of the Looney Tunes. I mean, I would expect nothing less, Sax. Change the subject, Orange, please. I don't feel like continuing it on. Like, when I try and just say, hey, let's not mention a person in chat, like, get the gist, okay? Move on. We'll do literally everybody a favor. I mean, it's true. I am a big fan of Looney Tunes. Ross from Ross's Game Dungeon would play DF. I watched his video on... Fuck, what was the name of that game? Killing Time? Like, yesterday or the day before? Sometime over the weekend, I watched that. You know, Ross still got it. He's such an old school YouTuber, it hurts, but man, Ross still got it. You're gonna play DF again without breaking the game speed? I mean, you live your life the way you want to, and if it's fast and dangerously, so be it. But don't complain about the game breaking when you do. You love that, man? Yeah. Although I will admit, Ross put out a video where he talks about his desktop setup a while ago, and it hurt. Like, it physically caused me pain watching it. Like, he's complaining about all of these Windows features being bad for some reason. It's like, you're just making them worse for yourself the way you have it set up. Like, it was genuinely hard for me to watch. But yes, I do in fact love Russ. All of his faults included. No, he's like the most tech-illiterate tech head I've ever encountered. It's kind of incredible, actually. And, oh yeah, Joel will return. I actually heard Joel talking about it while he was playing some random demos. Someone was like, when are you going to play DF? With DF emote, and he goes, when it releases. So, I don't like Yahtzee. I've started to dislike Yahtzee over the years because he's reviewed several games that I really, really like and reviewed them in a very negative light, purely because he didn't do enough research about them. Jupiter Hell really stands out. He complained that the game didn't have controller support. It has controller support. You just need to enable it. It's like literally he wrote the game off. He's like, doesn't have controller support. It's like, you just go to the options menu and you enable controller. Has full controller support. So yeah, Yahtzee's really negatively thrashed some games I like for very strange reasons, so he's kind of rubbed me the wrong way as of late. He strikes me as a dude who's just there for a paycheck and doesn't actually like the job anymore, and that's just kind of sad. I'm gonna babysit this dwarf. Well, I mean, if it works, right, Sax? Because you don't use most Windows features? I think you are in, I think that the launch of the Steam Deck is gonna make Linux making Linux a lot more viable for the more average user. It's actually really nice. Like, straight up, like, we all kind of owe Valve a high five on that one. It already has, but as somebody who is... I've been a Windows user my entire life. I am pretty certain the next PC I build is going to be a Linux PC, but I don't think I'm going to build another PC for like 4 or 5 years, so... Oh yeah, no, and it's like half the dev is coming directly from Valve too, which is kind of wild. Like the number of Valve like employees. Oh, nice upgrade to the countdown stream. It's significantly more legitimate now. But like the amount of like Valve is doing some really good work, frankly. I think we all kind of owe Valve a high five on that one. Sup, nudist nun? How things? Well, I would expect such. You bloatware? Come on, man. Be nice to me. I will be completely honest with you. Every single operating sucks. Every single operating system sucks. They just suck in different ways. iOS sucks. Android sucks. Windows sucks. Linux sucks. They just all have different variations of ways that they suck. So pick what suck you prefer the most and use it. Work just ended and now a friend wrote you a message about the launch date and you saw my video when you were arriving home. It's finally time. I know! It's finally time to cry and be happy. We can be safe. Dwarf Fortress is releasing. His OBS sucks, so streaming is awkward. Doesn't OBS run natively on Linux? What? That's a first. Like, I know like 4 people who stream on weird distros of Linux that all just use native OBS Studio and they don't have a problem. What? In fact, I think most OBS dev is done through Linux. I was completely helpless in stressful situations, is sometimes cruel and bashful. Balrog, thanks for the Prime. To my tutorials. I won't be doing a huge amount of tutorials.
To your tutorials less than 3.
I will be doing a lot of quick tips and tricks videos because those are what I'm good at. I will be doing a lot of showcase videos, and I will be doing like a Your First Fortress kind of getting started guide, but I will be largely deferring over to Tekid, who is enough of a masochist to actually make tutorials. So I will be shoving it in his face and say, good luck. Sal will probably also have a lot of tutorials. Chat, can I get a round of beers for that Prime sub? Has some weird sound routing issues. Almost all software works weird with this in that regard, for example. Well, like I said, for me, like, as a person who uses his computer for his full-time job at home, and I require everything to run natively, like, a world where I start to dual boot Linux is getting close, but I don't think I will use Linux as my daily driver for another year or 2. But it'll happen. And it'll happen soon. It's just not yet. Because black socks, they never get dirty. The longer you wear them, the stronger they get. Sometimes I think I should wash them, but then something keeps telling me, no, yeah, not yet. Not yet. Not yet. Look at all that cloth industry. Glorious. Has he turned into an amateur audio engineer? Streaming has turned me into an amateur audio engineer. Not that that's actually that crazy, though. It's 1400? What? What's 1400? Thank you. Exclamation point tattoo if you want to see me get it. It's very unfinished, and it makes me sad, but... Maybe one day I'll actually have the budget to go get it touched up and finished. I mean, I swapped to Brave, but the reason I basically use Chromium browsers for everything is all of the plugins I use for Twitch that make Twitch usable as a visually impaired person run in Chromium, so I need Chromium browsers. I tried to swap to Vivaldi, but Vivaldi just, like, wasn't a viable option, unfortunately. Also, hey, I got a new patron. Cheers. And shoutouts to the person who bought me coffee. Finally checked my email. I had an Ubuntu laptop in like around 2010. Running a distro of Ubuntu. It was fine. It was fun to fuck around with for a couple months. And then the hard drive in that laptop died. And then I replaced the hard drive and put Windows 7 on it and gave it to my dad. To get the tattoo finished? Well, this was an 8-hour session, but it was on a promotional day that was really cheap, and this was about $600. So if it wasn't on a promotional day, it probably would have been closer to $900. And to get this portion finished without doing the portion that would go up to my shoulder, I would guess would probably be another 6 to 8 hours, because there's a lot of color that needs to go into that, and a lot of touch-up work that needs to be done on it, and a lot of finishing touches that needs to be done on it. But if I am actually going to like blend it into like the Half-Life 1 plus Portal 2 stuff at the back, probably double that. So I need a budget of about $1,000 really. And admittedly, I could have done that, but I bought a graphics card. So the thing is, I was using a 1070 up until about a month ago, and then suddenly I had the budget to like spend something on the streaming setup, and I was like, I should just get a new graphics card because I've been using this 1070 since 2016, and I don't want to be bottlenecked by my graphics card anymore. So I'm no longer bottlenecked by my graphics card, and I can run modern games again. And seeing the trailer is so sick. You're so excited for building up your incredibly overpowered dwarf army once again in Dwarf Fort will Bloodcoin will rise again. I mean, I'm not familiar with Bloodcoin, but yeah, but I don't think you're streaming full time, right? So like when I get to a point with like computer card hardware, no, I'm not using the 1070 anymore. I'm using a 3070 now, because I got a 3070 for quite cheap, like short around the time that the 4000 series released. So I spent $700 on a 3070, which, you know, 700 Canadian on a 3070 is pretty good. Like 729 or something after taxes. But I gave the 1070 that I had previously to my brother-in-law. He's using it now. Concerts have been very pricey lately. Yeah, no kidding. Oh, really? I saw Billy Talent in 2017? 18? Something like that. Need to go look at the photos, but... I have more viewers than the entire Guilty Gear Strive community at this moment. Is that impressive? I don't know. I mean, I did kind of get like a... How many people did FG raid me for? 386 people in a raid, so... We're saving, meaning we're now entering fall, methinks. You know, I'm going to just throw this out there, and I've said this a couple times over the past month. I was originally in the same point, Valen, where I was thinking that launching without adventure mode is a big shame, and that would be really sad, and they shouldn't do that. But the more I've thought about it, something like, according to a poll I did like a year ago, about 15% of my YouTube audience prefers adventure mode over fortress mode, right? And I fear that if the game did launch publicly for sale with adventure mode, hopefully you're using OpenRCT too. I would hope. Which some of the members of this stream have worked on. Because that used to be like the only thing I streamed like back in 2015. Anyway, that's what this channel got its start doing. The first like 3-4 years of this channel was just Roller Coaster Tycoon. Back when this was a hobby and not my job. But anyway, back to adventure mode. Adventure mode is I think it releasing separately from fortress mode is a good thing. And the reason I think that is a lot of new people are going to dive into the game, right? And they're going to learn the game, right? And they're going to be like, well, nobody plays adventure mode if it was launching with adventure mode, so they'd all play fortress mode and they'd ignore adventure mode. I hope, and if it works, there will be a large community of people that jump onto the game and adopt it and try playing it and learn it and hopefully get quite a bit of enjoyment out of it. And then after 8 months to a year, suddenly there's a new game in there. And I think because people will spend some time learning fortress mode, I have a feeling it's going to actually push more people into adventure mode in the long run. Fingers crossed. Like, there's actually like a logical direction that could go, and I think that is a very positive thing. Also, thanks for all the follows, by the way. I've gotten quite a few follows today. So cheers. You guys are kind. Have I ever streamed Slaves to Armok? No, I have not. Do I have an install of it? Yes. They're kind of surprised this 90s-esque website is still online. Why? I mean, you should go look up I think it's the website for Terrifier, is a metal band that I've seen like 4 times now. Rimworld Andy. I feel like I should be familiar with that name, but hello, Kobolds. You tried asking on and off, but you were born in 91. I was born in 94 and didn't get into computer games until the early 2000s. The hell? I'm younger than you. And I didn't have internet until 2006. I got into ASCII games. You can too. But no, yeah, just wait another month. You played Millennium of Fortress mode and haven't gotten around to learn to play adventure mode? Yeah, I feel like people pick one up and then they just kind of stick with that one. But like, what makes adventure mode cool is the fact that adventure mode plays off of fortress mode kind of phenomenally well, right? Like, the two modes blend together and make for a combo of game, right? And I think that I think that in the long run, the game is actively benefited from them being split. Even though, like, as somebody who wants to play both modes, I, of course, would prefer if they both released at the same time. But especially, like, you know, if they do give it another year and they finish up the villain stuff and patch in quests and make all of the stuff that they were working on previously. Like, when adventure mode launches, it's going to be like a rather major expansion pack for the game and not just like, here's a patch, right? Like, that'll be like, they could almost pitch that as an expansion to Dwarf. Agreed and play, but yeah. Also, hello, Dark Philosophy. I mean, don't mock that arm until you arm it, okay? Also, investments are open if you want to throw your tickets at the wall, chat room. Exclamation point tickets to see how many you have, and then exclamation point invest if you want to invest them. Otherwise, don't worry about it. It's just a pointless mini game that has no meaning. Good luck, Diamond. Good luck, Animal. I think Animal's going to be our next billionaire. Goodbye, humans. Thank you for your tribute. Pilot doing? Where's Pilot? Pilot is weaving thread. You still depressed? Okay, I mean, you're sorting your stuff out slightly. Nothing from the mayor. No, is all I will say to that, Orange. No. You were completely overwhelmed by the choices of adventure mode presented for the character creation? Character creation's really straightforward, though. It's literally just pick your species, pick your whether or not you're a demigod or a peasant. Basically, do you want to be an unstoppable Terminator or just some random nerd in the world? And pick your loadout and pick your starting location. Pretty easy. It just looks complicated because the UI design was bad. But, like, legit, like, RimWorld's UI is more complicated. The idea of procedurally generated magic kind of scares the hell out of you. Imagine learning a magic spell and it, like, just poof, half your dwarves are now flying zombie rats and they have dragon scales. I don't think it's going to be that insane. Like, saying procedurally generated magic, I think, makes a lot of people's brains go hog wild. But kind of think like how the forgotten beasts in the game work right now. You know, like you can have a dinosaur turtle fire breathing monster, right? I think yes, I think the histories and myths stuff is going to be crazy and expansive, and it's going to make for weird worlds. But I think the magic part of it is actually like the least weird bit. And also, like, keep in mind, if you put the slider in the right place, it'll just be Dwarf Fort, right? Like, it'll still just be this game. So, I don't know. Also, like, remember, with myths and magic, we're talking, like, easily another year for Adventure Mode to come out. And then easily 2 years for myths and magic. Maybe more. Good win, Animal. Damn right, you've stolen Diamond's luck. Holy shit. So I think that's something that you need to keep in mind. Easy peasy, Athros, easy. Shoot fireball at enemy, 1 year later, meteor strike will hit the same spot. You know, that's like somebody saying, I'm magic because I predicted the future once. I mean, also, Dwarf Fortress has magic already. Although necromancy isn't rare at all. But it's supposed to be rarer. But yeah, like the lieutenant zombies already have magic spells. They can like cause pain at a distance, and they can shoot like spikes of ice. Also, something that like people seem to keep forgetting about, so I'm going to mention it again. Divine metals are going to play a bigger part in the next update. So premium divine metals are actually going to be used for things. And Tarn stated that in Future of the Fortress last month, that while we won't be able to craft divine weapons, there will be not easy, but ways to access divine weapons. And divine weapons are already like procedurally generated materials. So I can give you some examples of divine weapons in a second. What if Dwarf Fortress have combat? Is that a joke? Is that a joke? We have ranged, we have melee, we have dozens of different weapons. We have catapults, we have ballistas, we have minecart cannons. What is that a joke? Where's Dwarf Fortress has combat? Not what if Dwarf Fortress had combat. Unless you mean what if Dwarf Fortress included the game combat, that would be very different. But let's just see. So if I type in metal, right? In this world, let's see. We have frosty metal. We have glowing metal, shining metal, faceted metal. Okay. Translucent metal, bright metal, searing metal, singing metal, clear blue metal, and booming metal. I mean, why would anybody search that in the first place, Hatch and Slay? You'd have to be kind of a special person to do that. With reach like spears, technically spears do have reach. There, it's just not noticeable in adventure mode. But they have higher reach up than other weapons. So here's my theory, Nax. Here's my theory about divine metals. Tarn has teased multiple times in various places that elves are actually going to be a threat in the next version. Currently, elves are like beating up a child with a waffle bat. Like, it's not even fun to fight them because they're so weak, because all of their weapons are made of wood. The elves are the only people that show up with divine metals in their trading caravans in early fights. And they also worship the, I mean, I'm fair enough, Hatch and Slay, but I'm not familiar with such a feature. I must have completely missed said day. Dwarves are here to trade. No, I'm not going to type it in, so you can go type it in. But yeah, my theory is that the elves are going to show up with divine metal if you anger them. That's my theory. Which means Elvenite is going to maybe be a thing. Or Elven metals or whatever you want to call it. That's my theory. I could be completely off base, though. Prefer to not answer, Lobarin? An elven featherwood arrow. So we actually did some math relatively recently and figured out that featherwood is like, imagine balsa wood, but brittler and lighter. It's like a lighter, brittler balsa wood. Basically. But I don't know. Do you prefer fantasy creature A or fantasy creature B? That varies a lot from, like, fantasy to fantasy is kind of an unanswerable question, Lobarin. But in Dwarf Fortress, I prefer kobolds. Oops. There we go. Will not tolerate elven weaklings in or around the fortress. Fair enough. You live your fort. I will continue buying unicorns from them. Because turns out they're great for trading. Also, do you name your fortress blood coin? I've been staring at that for a minute. I'm trying to figure out what you mean by that. But I'm assuming you name your fortress blood coin. Also, I'm looking forward to this being more varied, hopefully one day. You should name your fortress Bulbous Sore in the future for the maximum meme material. I am your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. There is much to share. We've added information to your civilization and world info. Your D&D characters feel quite worried? About what? You know, one of my best dumb Dwarf Fortress discoveries as of late, or in the past few years, is actually that there's an IMDb page for Dwarf Fortress. The shame, though, is it doesn't have a perfect review score. But they're all elves? Oh, you play elves in D&D? I mean, I wouldn't know. Who cares? D&D is also not Dwarfort. Although I'll be honest, I've never fully understood the the animosity towards elves from Dwarf Fortress fans. They're less evil than humans in their faction orientation. About D&D, would want to see a tabletop campaign where all players were controlling one character at the time. Oh, and they were all just like it was like, and so it would be like Disco Elysium, where everybody's just like, well, all the different parts of your brain are constantly arguing. I mean, if they were good at it, it would be entertaining. It's because they would love to be annoying on how easy over things like 2 twigs and a tree. You know that you have to chop down like 120 trees in the current version to piss off the elves, right? That's like clear-cutting the entire map multiple times. Any dwarf fortress worth their salt simply digs down to the lava sea and doesn't use wood for like anything. I guess so. I don't know. But I don't think smug is a reason to hate somebody. I'm smug as hell, and plenty of people hate me, but they don't generally go to war with me. Oh, what tile set is this? Tile set. There you go. Disco Elysium is a very good game, yes. I gave it to my sister for Christmas the year it came out. Damn right, Tolis, and you'll make it. All those people who are like, I won't live long enough to see the release of Dwarf Fortress. I can now be like, well, now you just need to live until December. You good? God, I've got bins that are like falling apart. Like, legit, look at these bins. Actually kind of ridiculous. Actually, let's do this. Really? I can't. Grumble. Okay, fine. There's a lot that can happen in a month. Shh. Don't jinx it. What is this? Hey, listen, kind of thing, Athros. That's the voice I read that in. You just woke up? Well, good morning. Hope you slept well. I'm trying to clean out this fortress with basically everything with the exception of, like, food. I don't think he is. I don't really, actually, I don't fully understand where people are coming from thinking he's rushing it. They're releasing it because Fortress mode is ready to go. I mean, to quote Zach, something he said to me at PAX was, we would be silly to not release it now because Fortress mode is the majority of what people are looking forward to, and it's pretty much ready to go. And this was, what month was PAX? First week of September, I think. I'd need to like go look at when PAX was, but I'm pretty sure that was what, the first weekend in September. So that was then. It's just like, yeah, Fortress mode is good to go, basically. So why not just release it? Which makes a lot of sense to me. So I don't think it's rushed at all. I think part of it's just ready to go. So it's time to just say, ship it. Really. And that's all it looks like to me. I don't think there's much more to it than that. Dwarves are allergic to blood loss and broken bones. More like dwarves are allergic to water. Although they're not actually allergic to water. They just simply get sad if you give them water. Oh no, I load up my recent notifications on Twitter and I just get an error. Well, that's not good. This keeps me alive. I hate it. I mean, that's how I feel about a lot of things, to be honest. Don't you have things in your life where you're like, wow, I need this to not die? This sucks. I certainly have a few of those in my life. Black bronze. I really just need the black bronze. Is a countdown clock against Twitch terms of service? Well, I follow an account from an old Twitch friend of mine who's had a countdown clock for 3 months now that just has the title "It's Happening." So, why would it be against Twitch terms of service? Like, where does that question come from? I mean, there are plenty of random ass countdown clocks out there on the internet. Basically, just don't stand up and pull your pants down during your countdown clock. I think you're fine. But what if you want to have a countdown clock timer made of butts? Then Twitch might have to have words with you. I'm looking around to see, like, people who've quote tweeted Dwarf Karim. Fucking Anthony Carboni. Hell yeah. That's somebody I know. I listen to this guy's podcast. That's good to see. Well, I mean, the trailer has almost, it's getting close to 83,000 views on Twitter, so. Good Lord. Do you have a Raspberry Pi? Because you can run a 24/7 stream on a Ras Pi. You can run it headless, too. They're like 30 bucks. Although, I don't know how accessible they are these days. Let's actually see. How many views does the... Not heatless, I said headless, but... Who doesn't want pie? Do not wiggle chesticles on stream unless you have 5K viewers. Yeah, also, Twitch will ban you if you're a nobody, but if you're famous, you get, like, a lot of, it's okay, we're sorry. We'll give you a second chance. Oh, no, you accidentally streamed porn? Okay, well, here, have a week off. For your trauma. Should have the available bandwidth this month. Uh-huh. I'll see if I can get this tweeted out, though. Gonna try yourself first. If not, I be back. All right, best of luck. Terms of service are arbitrary? What about all those myths that they busted? You know, this is bad. I'm thinking about TwitchCon again. God, I'm so glad I didn't go to TwitchCon this year. So glad. Like, somebody I know actually summed up TwitchCon kind of perfectly. He's just like, it's not a games convention anymore. It's a streamer lifestyle brand convention. That's like, oh, I understand now why I don't like TwitchCon anymore. Because, like, I went to TwitchCon 16, 17, 18, and 19 and loved every single one of them. By 19, it was a little weird. But 16, 17, and 18 were all great. Oddly enough, those were the ones where I wasn't partnered. I'm just buying food variety here. That depends on what you're, like, trying to encode. If it's not much, then who cares? Kit Fox approves of your countdown timer, Diamond. You should also embed, if you do get a stream going, Diamond, I don't know if he's still here, you should embed it on gremlinformayor.com. Gremlin gets elected mayor in 4 months. Aqua likes to find the most complicated thing possible to run their systems. So, you know. Let's just say your server is very CPU limited. You pay only $20 a month, including backups, but yes, on a modern desktop, running a simple stream via CPU is simple. That's why I say just get an RPi. Run it through an RPi. I've actually, like, thought about buying an RPi a couple of times just to run, like, dumb servers. Oh god, I hope I didn't just, like, imprison half my phone. Okay, no, I didn't accidentally sell any low boots, it looks like. Of course Gremlin rigged the elections. They pulled the levers. What's getting released on the 6th of December? Dwarf Fortress. On Steam and itch.io for $30 USD or your regional equivalent. For purchase. Exclamation point DF in chat if you would like to wishlist it, if you haven't already. You make a hospital and appoint a dwarf as your chief medical dwarf and give them all the doctoring skills. I'm losing interest. That comment aged well. Gotta say, that comment aged well. So for those of you who don't know what I'm assuming Alexandra is referencing, there was a thread that was made, like, it was like 2 days ago on the Steam servers for Dwarfort. Yeah, the Steam version with the graphics upgrade. This is releasing on the 6th of December. This video game, that 6th of December 2020, go in 4 weeks. That, with the definitely very unofficial countdown timer. Yeah, that's releasing. But where was I going with that? I was saying a thing. Anyway, there was a thread on the Steam forums like 2 days ago that was just like, when is this releasing? I'm losing interest. And this morning, like, I don't know, an hour after the trailer dropped, I was like, this thread aged badly. I haven't looked at the thread since, so I'm curious to see if, like, anybody's, like, commented on that since. But I saw that pop up and laughed pretty hard this morning. I was like, I wonder what the Steam forums are talking about. Losing interest. Blah! They got a bunch of Joker stickers. That generally happens, yeah. You know, I will say this. I don't fully understand why so many people are asking for a GOG release, considering GOG is like, yo, we're not going to be, like, doing mainstream large game releases anymore. We're going back to the We make old games run model. And also itch.io is fully DRM free, so if you want that, just go buy that. Oh yeah, this. There you go. Go follow Kid Fox Games. Click that button, because there will be streams of Steam Dwarf there before you'll get streams of Steam Dwarf here. And NetJam Jr., the child withdraws from society. I think you literally just grew old enough to go make it. Do you even have pants yet? Okay, no, you like literally just like aged up, collected clothing, and then ran off. Costs a lot of bandwidth. I mean, they should speak for themselves as Cyberpunk, but no, I mean like that storefront hasn't been profitable in ages, and they don't really have a niche anymore. We'll be on itch if you want a DRM free, and on Steam for the rest of us. Although I will probably buy it on itch just to have it. Probably for like just off Steam modding purposes to mess around with. They keep unabandoned wearing games for free. Yeah, and their PR keeps on like putting their foot in their mouth with their tweets to a point where it's like, I kind of don't want to work with you guys. So that's just my take. It's like, yeah, it's a fine storefront, but like, they've said things in the past that just make me facepalm so hard that my brain came out the back of my head a little bit. But yes, I agree, Loborin. But yes, definitely go give Kid Fox Games a follow. Because like I said, you will get streams of Steam Dwarf Fortress there before you'll get them here. Actually, do you guys have a date for when those are going to start yet? Bumbling your way through Dwarfort? Or is that still a TBD kind of thing? Yeah, I have the labyrinth is currently partially deconstructed. Because, believe it or not, I couldn't find my way through my own labyrinth, so I just knocked down some walls to let the Ettins out so that I could put them into cages and put them in a zoo. So, you know. I am very happy that I muted the thread that I posted on /rgames. Because that thing's got 273 comments on it. Good lord. Like, I muted that thread almost immediately. This is like, I don't even care. You'll probably announce those streams next week in the community update? Gotcha. You know, it was kind of funny. Someone was, I think on Sunday, because I did my 4-year Twitch partner anniversary stream on Sunday, because I've been a Twitch partner for 4 years now. And the weird thing about that is somebody in chat was just like, do you think they're starting to run out of stuff to put into the community updates? And when the trailer was released, and it's like, oh yeah, it's live, the trailer was made out of footage from the fort that the screenshots from the past few, like, updates were coming from. Like, it's like, oh yeah, it's that fort, but in motion this time. And I'm sitting here going like, huh. I feel like they've been, like, milking this fort for all it's worth for the past month. All right, kiddo, what'd you grab? Got nice blocks, wood logs, nice blocks, and rough purple smells. Really? Is that it? No, you're still going for other stuff. Stuck. What do you need? Square blocks? Rough gems? Okay. Bones? You cut up an animal? Skeletons? Okay. I need to cut up a barn owl and some marmots, I think. Their moods are a bit limited. They pick the skill that they're best at. So it depends on the guild hall that they're hanging out in. Otherwise, they default to crafting. So if you have guild halls that are active, that have toys in them that the kids go to, you can, like, I've had some metal workers kids. I've had some stoneworker kids. I had one clother. I've had several clother kids as well. What, building a new fort, or how large an underground area can you make without supports? The entire biome. Stuff doesn't cave in. It's kind of like Minecraft, where you don't need to worry about structural integrity. So as big as, like, this is all underground. This is one giant area with, like, I guess there's a support in the middle, technically. Also, in the next update, supposedly, kids are going to be able to do basic chores when they turn 1. So they're going to be able to help clean and stuff, which is going to be nice. What, like going through all of the save files? I mean, I'd be down to see all the stuff that Zach's built. But I don't know. It's not child labor, it's chores. One's bad, the other's totally humanly acceptable. It's chores. They do chores, and dwarven chores are very dwarfy, like hauling granite boulders without a wheelbarrow. It's strength training, okay? It's not child labor, it's chores. There's a difference. I swear. It plays a baby sound effect. Really? I mean, that's honestly something that I'm the most excited about, is just all the different sounds and music. Because the dwarves are alive with the sounds of music? Hauling boulders, Carl? Yeah. Do you need support being down underground? No. Cave-ins are a thing if you remove all support. So, like, if an object has nothing holding it up, it'll fall. But there is no structural integrity. So as long as... So, like, if I were to dig up into here and go all the way to the top of this big old hole and, like, channel a square here, it'll cave in, right? But outside of that, no, it won't cave in. There is no structural integrity in Dwarf Fortress. Why don't you just expel the parent? They'll take their kids with them. Spear. Comment from /Shark Gaming. Just your good Samaritan here. Just wanted to shout out Blind, who made this post because they have been on point with helping with the game Steam release and visibility with their interviews with Tarn and Zach. Can you link to that comment or DM me a link to that comment? I want to go favorite it. But cheers. I do love all the comments of like, holy shit, you're fast and stuff. It's just like, I just pay attention. Thank you. Saving that. I was literally sitting there, like, before all the posts went live, though. I was literally sitting there and, like, hit post the second, like, your tweet went out. So I was, like, I had that ready to go before my own YouTube video. That's how much of a karma whore I am on Reddit. Just sitting there and just like, right, 5, 4, 3, 2, boop. But, yeah. It's certainly been a grind of the past 2 years. It's like Reddit is like kind of the most pointless clout that I'm really good at farming sometimes. I earned it. Somebody else apparently posted it before me, and theirs got caught in moderation because if you post an unlisted video, you get caught in moderation, meaning they automatically hide your post. So somebody else actually posted it before I did, but theirs got locked and mine took off, so they deleted the other one. Which is kind of funny, actually. So I don't know who did it, but somebody else was waiting. Blinds it, and I'm not trading anything. I insider pester. Like that's the thing that like people ask me sometimes. They're like, "How do you get in with developers and like get stuff early?" It's like I bug people. I'm really annoying. That's my skill in this industry is I'm really annoying and consistent. How's it going? We got a kid making an artifact who's currently running around with bones. I'm actually gonna unforbid those bones. I just want the body gun. I think that's a barn owl, actually. But NetJam Jr. is making an artifact over here. You know, it's really kind of funny, like how many like developers or how many like other streamers I'm like, just email them, like just send them an email and write it coherently, and you'll get further in life than you ever would otherwise. It's a very kind post of yours. People are reading the posts a lot. Speaking of mysterious construction, purple spinels, Horay marmot bone, cryolite, that's a fun material. Stray Horay marmot bone, nice blocks, rough purple spinels, nice blocks, and walnut wood logs. But I hear that Wario64 retweeted the trailer. Which is like, that's okay, all of mainstream people know now. Or at least all of gaming Twitter knows now. Even though Twitter's like on life support. But, you know. Although Wario64 also tweets so fucking fast that I have him muted. Also, apparently Embracer shut down Square Enix Montreal. I'm sorry, what? Weird. I'm gonna need to read that article later. Right, so we are getting into late autumn, early winter. Gets awarded for all the effort. You've not been super active on Twitch, but you've seen the effort everywhere else, so you gotta praise people. Yeah, no, I get it. What does a person deserve is like this really weird, kind of ambiguous thing that even I don't know. Like, what do I actually deserve for just being a maniac who's really good at like making quick videos out of screenshots? I don't know. What do I actually deserve? Just want to pay my rent. That's about it. But I don't know. A lot of people people come and go from streams. That's just kind of how streams are. Well, thank you, Sax. Recognition for your effort, at least. I think to a degree I've already had recognition for my effort. But, I mean, like, that's kind of like the weird thing about the content industry, right? Like, as somebody who likes to consider himself a, like, more in the direction of a journalist than just a content creator, there's always the make content number go up, right? That will always exist. And so it's really difficult to just be like, have I gotten enough credit yet? It's a really difficult thing to point at and be like, yes or no, right? And I don't know. I don't know how much credit I deserve. I don't know how much I'll get. It's just kind of this weird amalgamous thing. Red Dragon, hello. It's good to see you. NetJam Jr. has created Bessic Lanced, a walnut wood toy axe. I think you can keep it. And claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Mincot Clasped Treaty. Mincot Clasped Treaty. Who are you? Are you related to Mincot? It's your dad. Dedicates it to his dad. I was gonna say, that name sounds familiar. He feels satisfied after creating an artifact and was annoyed when caught in the rain. Pleasure after putting on an exceptional item. And is 1 year old, born on the 24th of limestone in the year 428. That's like me making a wooden truck, which is something that I actually made when I was a kid. It's worth 56,400. It's called Veil Cleansed. Veil Cleaned. There we go. Veil Cleaned. It was very veil cleaned. This is a walnut wood toy axe. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with rectangular purple spinel cabochons and decorated with hoary marmot bone and encircled with bands of walnut wood. This object menaces with spikes of purple spinel and craolite and hoary marmot bone. On the item is an image of Sodel Furlanced, the dwarf and dwarves in Nice. Sodel Furlanced is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Sodel Furlanced to the position of Countess of the Ignited Creation in the midsummer of 390. Damn, that's actually kind of recent history for all things in this world. Interesting. On the item is an image of Ezem Howl Diamonds, the dwarf and dwarves. Ezem is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the appointment of Ezem to the position of diplomat of the Ignited Creation in the mid-autumn of 201. I think I remember that dwarf. It's a busy night. Well, it was a busy night for me last night because that's when I did all the editing and uploading. Although I do have like a terrifying fact to admit. I did tell my mom that I knew what the release date was. Fortunately, she doesn't use the internet outside of her email, so I think the secret was safe with my mom. She was like, well, But that's because literally every single time I see my parents, they're like, so when's Dwarf Fortress releasing? Even my parents do that. Because I went over to my parents' house last night to help hand out candy for a bit. I saw 2 Spider-Men. My mom follows me on Twitter, and she has like 5 times my Twitter follower count. Although, it's literally all like bird watchers and gardening accounts that follow my mom. Because that's all that my mom posts is about birds and like bird watching and gardening. They gonna play Dwarf Fortress hard? My parents? Nah. I don't think my parents have played a video game since like Pong. Actually, that's not true. My dad had a very brief stint with SimCity. My mom has like 5,000 followers on Twitter, yeah. Actually, unless it's gone up. Hold on, let me go look. Twitter's been running weirdly slowly for the past week. Like, it takes for fucking ever to load. So let me find my mom on Twitter. Because I don't actually follow my mom. Yeah, my mom has, 5,421 followers on Twitter. Your grandma knows of it as the game with the intelligent dwarves. I mean, that's pretty, you know, honestly, I think my grandma's a bigger gamer than my mom and dad because my grandma still plays Scrabble online. And she plays like ranked Scrabble in her Scrabble, in the version of Scrabble that she has. So she has like an ELO rating and whatnot in her Scrabble game. What are you doing here, Pilot? This dwarf just like got really depressed all of a sudden, and I'm like trying to figure out why. Especially because like they're quite happy with their recent stuff that they've done. I'm sorry, human's dead body? I'm sorry, what? Where is there a human's dead body? I mean, there's a... Is that a wild boar? What is that? Yeah, there's a wild boar skeleton in the tree. Don't worry about that. That's fine. But where's this human's dead body? This is how the war started? I mean, not directly. Is it on the edge of the map? Sometimes they hide on the edge. I mean, the war's been going for a bit, though. I mean, I can't wait until the era where I end up in retirement homes, because we're just going to have a fucking... It's just going to be a LAN party. Like, come on. It's non-stop LAN party. Yeah, I don't know. There's a human... somewhere in the fort, there's a human's dead body. And God, if I know where. Let's just scroll down this for a minute and see if I get a go-to unit option. No? I mean, it could have just been a while ago. Dwarf wants to practice some martial art. Hello, Rubikson. Yeah, I have a feeling that the word's going to be spreading for a while. And it's going to be an interesting week, that's for sure. I'm really curious to see if the trailer that they released today ends up getting more views than that, you know, than the original trailer. That's something I'm curious to see, because the original trailer got what? Actually need to go look now. How many views did the original trailer get? Like 315,000 views? How many upvotes on Reddit did it get? The original trailer from 3 years ago got 1,106 upvotes on Reddit. Okay? The current one, the one that just released, has eclipsed that by a lot. 6,221. You need to find my vids now? Well, they're just on my YouTube channel. I have a playlist. You're gonna send the trailer to your friends right now? I mean, there's the link for the trailer. I mean, for any of you who hasn't seen this yet, it's gonna... I know it's only 30 seconds, but... Gotta say, I love the lava. Like, the shimmering color on the lava. Nice. Like, that's something that, like, doesn't actually happen in the game right now. Someone remake the Factorio trailer, but in Dwarf Fortress? don't even know how you would do that. Not that I've watched the Factorio trailer in a while, but... I mean, I already put up a short on YouTube that has the RTX on shit. Not that many people watched it, but... Yeah, same. I also really like the Kit Fox logo that was included with that. I mean, I made this, but this is practically a shit post already. Which, ironically, it's gotten kind of a lot of dislikes in comparison to the other video I uploaded this morning. It's a shit post, and I acknowledge that, and I'm going to own it. The fortress must grow? I mean, yes. But dwarf fortresses grow without your, like, input, generally. Clown approaching? I can't wait to see what demons and forgotten beasts look like. Cannot wait. Following around like a dwarf as battles and all that happens around him? Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they will be fan edits of the trailers. Or the is there going to be another trailer before release? Like, is there going to be a longer trailer, or is that the only trailer we're getting, actually? Threat Dweller 2, the quest for more sprites? I mean, Threat Dweller 1 was pretty fun. There will be a release trailer? Gotcha. Well, looking forward to that. Actually, Loberin, if you go through the PAX panel, you can hear it in the background a couple times. You might want to go skim that. Oh no, still don't have enough goblets. Okay, fine, I'll make more silver goblets. One of my favorite comments was actually after the music announcement came out, and then it was on Reddit. Someone was just like, "Man, I really hope that the original guitar track is included or remixed in some way." And then Dabu just responded, "I got you." I was like, "Yes!" It made me so happy when I saw it. We're gonna actually get a remake of that very, very iconic little tune. I need more coffee for this. I'm kind of bummed because the coffee that I really like drinking got more expensive. So I bought a bag of the cheaper brand 3 weeks ago. And then the coffee that I like drinking is now 40% off. So I have the coffee I like drinking, but I have this cheaper coffee that's not as good that I'm now like halfway through a bag of. So I have to drink this crappy coffee before I can drink the good coffee again. Currently, I'm just kind of drinking sad coffee. You're so hyped. I know, right? Someone commented on my video. They were just like, I can't believe like they're actually announcing a release date like a reasonable amount of time before the release date. It's like, you know, everybody's been screaming for a release date for so long. It's like if back in July they were like December 6th, everybody would have been like, why do I have to wait so long? Now they're like, why'd you make us wait so long? It's like, make up your goddamn mind. Should make some cold brew. You know, I should make some cold brew with this shitty coffee because it might taste a little better. All right, so we're rolling into winter now. Mix them? No, that's a crime. Still 25 to 30 Celsius. I was looking at weather for Vegas, and Vegas is like summer weather here right now, which is going to be real nice. Except at night, it gets cool. I'm kind of looking forward to the weather out there. Without DF, there would be no RimWorld. Love you guys. You know, without DF, there'd be no RimWorld, right? Without DF, there would probably be no Minecraft. Anyway, there'd probably be no Minecraft, at which point Epic Games would have never prototyped going to the race in Vegas. That's not this year, no. I'm going to Vegas in 2 weeks. Not even, like a week and a half. But I currently, I couldn't afford to go to a race, even if, like, I wanted to. Like, it's like, even... Like, as it currently sits, I make, on a good year, about 30 grand Canadian, so I don't think I could afford to go to a Formula 1 race. That would be, like, a month and a half's rent for just the tickets, not including travel. So, unlikely. But, like, we'll see. Maybe. But, so if Dwarf Fortress didn't exist, Minecraft wouldn't have existed. Epic Games would have never tried to make a Minecraft clone, which they called Fortnite, which they started prototyping in 2012. So Fortnite Battle Royale wouldn't exist if it wasn't for Dwarf Fort. I'm just saying. This game caused the existence of Fortnite. I realize that's kind of like the crazy man looking at a map connecting strings scene from the movies, but... Yeah, we all have to blame Tarn Adams for Fortnite's existence. So whenever you get mad at kids flossing at school, just be like, damn it, Tarn! Although maybe it caused a cultural phenomenon. I mean, like, But seriously, I genuinely believe that Fortnite wouldn't exist. At least in its current format. Was a simplification of Worm? Yes and no, because, okay, so Minecraft was a simplification of Worm, but used the voxel cube block building style from a game called Infiniminer, which was made by the guy who went on to make the Zachtronics games. Zach? Can never remember his last name, and I always want to say Gage, but that's the wrong Zach. Also a game developer, but different Zach. Anyway, went on to go make games at Zachtronics. And Infiniminer was like, yo, Dwarf Fortress is cool. What if it was a first-person shooter and it was a PvP game? Any highlights? Athros? Anything that we should know? But anyway, so like, yes and no, because the voxel style of Minecraft wouldn't have existed if it wasn't for Infiniminer. Because Minecraft was an Infiniminer fork, because Infiniminer was free and open source. So Minecraft was an Infiniminer fork. And when guy who shall not be named was like initially talking about Zach Barth, that's his name. When he was originally talking about Minecraft, when it was first winning awards, when it was just like a weird browser game that you could buy for $5, he called it an Infiniminer fork. He's like, my Infiniminer clone. So, yes, it's a simplification of Worm, but it's also an Infiniminer clone, which is directly exists because of Dwarf Fortress. So, yes and no. Long story short, my statement still stands. But aren't all video games a clone of a clone of a clone, though? I don't know who I mean on a normal day, to be honest. Now I want to search by controversial. It seems to, like, literally looking at this, it's just people comparing it to Dwarf Fort. Yeah, I'm sorting by controversial now, and it seems to literally just be... Yeah, even controversial's like weirdly positive. There's just like one person who's like, why would convince me to play this game over RimWorld? It's like, well, no. You do that. That's fine. Yeah, which is like about as positive as you can get. And you know, some people will play Dwarf Fortress and be like, nah, I prefer RimWorld. Who care? It's a different game. RimWorld will always feel more gamey, and it's trying to kill you. Oh, that's why I say it's like Dwarf Fortress is a world simulation, and RimWorld is a tower defense game. It's a great tower defense game, but it's a tower defense game. As long as you can tell... As you can tell, I'm an expertly paid game journalist man with fancy words, yes. That's because there's nothing actually controversial going on in that thread. That's why. Also, my videos hit 10,000... I've never had a video hit 10,000 views in a couple of hours. That's crazy. As we work on silver goblets, how's the fort going? This fort? It's Longdeath. How's the fort going? It releases on December 6th, 2022. It's nice that I can actually say the release date now, too. So... will it be a 1.0 on release? This is Dwarf Fortress, so no. Isn't it like I don't actually know what like version number it's gonna be on. Aren't they just like removing the 0 and then just gonna keep counting? Because Dwarf Fortress was what, roughly 47% complete as of last major update. I think Tarn was saying, uh-oh. No sentence pending. We got crimes. Rana, where are you at? There you are. You tantruming? Yes, you are. I mean, we can all see you in chat. Psycryo. Okay there, Dwarf. You heard me. Constant state of eternal rage. Well, that checks out with your tantrum. Even though you're near a splendid table. Supposedly, but they clearly lied. People use the downvote wrong. You don't use downvote to mark what you disagree with. That's what conversation is for. It's unfortunate. I don't think you missed anything. It's like, wow. Okay, so are you going to report that crime, though? Yes, you did. Disorderly conduct. Okay, so you tune in and you insult me. That's it. Fuck off. So what if you do? I do that. Problem solved. And everybody moves on with their life. Aquafunkalistic Booty Wap? Yeah, it sounds like a King Gizzard album. Speaking of, the most recent King Gizzard album could be a Dwarf Fortress album. You're glad you were here to witness the hammer? Hammer time! I don't know. If the first thing you do is come in and tell me that my face looks asinine, you can, I don't know, shove your thumb up your bum and suck a lollipop. Have a nice afternoon. We've been on Reddit a long time. It might very well be people who think that there are enough threads on it. You know, honestly, it's probably just like the ones that show up in controversial are the ones that have like equal up and down votes, right? So, or more negative votes. So if like it's 99% positive for the vast majority of them, and then some of them are like 50% positive, you know. But yeah, I don't know. Like the habits on Reddit have gotten weird as of late. Also, like, there's one particular subreddit that I frequent for posting pictures of cats standing up, which will now just downvote you for no reason if you have an octagon-shaped profile picture, which I kind of respect. Basically, if you bought into Reddit's NFTs, then you get downvoted. Vengeful after joining an existing conflict with what, a barn owl? How much time do you get in prison for that? No sentence pending. Must have just punched him. It reminds them of Parliament albums. I mean, that or just like, oh god, what was the name of that? Is that a bot downvoting people with octagonal PFP? No, so the subreddit I'm referring to is /r_cat_standing_up. And the only thing you're allowed to say in cat standing up is cat with a capital C. If you say anything else, you get insta-banned from the subreddit. There is only cat, dog is the enemy, is literally the cat standing up subreddit. And the hilarity and okay, I need to figure out where you're picking shit up from. Is it white or rainbow? You know, I haven't looked at them in a while. White. Skin is white. Eyes are gold. I've got multiple unicorns. But where was I going with this? Anyway, so that subreddit, they only permit you to say the word cat, right? That's the only word you're allowed to say in that subreddit. So people will just kind of get upvoted and downvoted for like weirdly arbitrary reasons. It's like, oh, if they just decide they don't like you, they will downvote you, or if they just decide that they like you, they will upvote you, and it's completely arbitrary. So if you comment on that subreddit, it's like kind of just this unspoken rule that you might get a bunch of karma, you might also just get downvoted to all hell for kind of no seeming reason. But recently I've seen them downvoting only people with octagonal or hexagonal profile pictures. Even though you didn't buy a thing. If you clicked on the accept, you accepted an NFT into your like included wallet that comes with your Reddit account now. So regardless of if you bought something or not, if you accepted one and built a profile picture, you have one, and it means that you have an NFT. Although, admittedly, they're built on a blockchain that is very green and super low power and not an actual issue, really. But just kind of funny. The little corners of Reddit? Yeah, there's a lot of really good, fun, random corners on Reddit. I'm never going to make a Reddit profile picture because I like my own. It's like mine's unique. I paid somebody to make it, so damn it, I'm going to use it. So it looks like since the video went up, I've gotten almost 100 subscribers on YouTube. Cool. shut down and obsolete? I'm trying to think where you're going with this, Aqua. As in you don't? I like this comment. Who the heck gives this a thumbs down? Because believe it or not, I've gotten a couple thumbs downs. I get a couple thumbs downs in every video, though. Although, I think 99.0% upvote rate's pretty good. It's just the 9 people who've been banned from my chat. Oh, no. What's this thread? Some people are really committing to the I've lost interest, eh? Crafting demonstration. How are you doing up here, Dwarf? Your neck is torn open. That sounds painful. Dwarf Fortress versus Elden Ring for Game of the Year. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't think Dwarf Fortress is going to rank on very many websites' Game of the Years. And you know what? I don't think it fucking matters. Considering, you know what's probably going to be weirdly high on a lot of people's Game of the Year? Vampire Survivors. I think it's going to be Vampire Survivors on most major outlets versus Elden Ring. And I think most major outlets are just going to give it to Elden Ring because they know in their hearts that if they give it to Vampire Survivors, there will be an army of crazy nerds outside of their door with pitchforks and torches. I mean, I don't dislike Vampire Survivors. I don't like that a lot of the art in the main menu is traced, but like, I just think those games are really boring. It's like I'd rather watch paint. I'd rather go for a walk. Like literally, it's like I would rather play Cookie Clicker because Cookie Clicker is more engaging to me than Vampire Survivors. I understand the appeal. It's just not for me. It's just so fucking boring to me. Like it's just there's other games that have like come out of that mold that I quite enjoy. I don't respect that they sold the game off of traced artwork for that long. I do not like that, and that will never be something that leaves my brain. But I genuinely find that game really boring. I do quite enjoy 20 Minutes Till Dawn, and I've been enjoying Bone Razor Minions and a few other games that are like, yeah, it's that mold, but like different mechanically. I don't know. For that type of game, I need a bit more of an action game in my game. I mean, most of the recent Mario sports games have been kind of underwhelming, so. That doesn't really surprise me. Be like giving a Madden the Game of the Year award. As somebody who doesn't play Souls games, I feel like I don't really have a statement in this argument. Everything that I've seen about Elden Ring is it's a really, 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 really well-made video game. And also, last I checked, Madden, I don't like Madden, right? Madden has mixed to negative reviews, okay? And Elden Ring, as very positive, 90% positive over 400,000 reviews. I think one of those games deserves it slightly more than the other. So, like, I'm not arguing against Elden Ring. There's nothing wrong with that game. It's a very solid game, but I will be surprised if Dwarf Fortress comes up on many outlets with the exception of maybe Rock, Paper, Shotgun. Aside from the fact, or maybe Polygon even. Considering Gita Jackson just lost her job again, there goes our hope for like something on Vice. Because I don't think there's anybody left it. Well, actually, There's maybe a world where Rob Zachney would write about Warfork, but I see that. Well, there's 2 people at Vice Games that might. Patrick Klepek wouldn't. DF back to being in the top 10 wish list. Actually, I need to check. I haven't looked at the wish lists in a while. By that, I mean like in the last 2 hours. Although it's going to be kind of hard to get past a couple of the games. No, it's still 17. Still 17th most wishlisted game. It's actually fun. They did a good job. Like, you know, everything that I've seen about Elden Ring is it's probably the best Elden Ring, or it's probably the best Souls game. So, I don't know. Besides, Dwarf Fortress doesn't need Game of the Year because Dwarf Fortress is the game of the decade. Come on. Also, even though Dwarf Fortress is releasing this year, I'm going to be completely honest with you. I know my top 10 favorite games of the year don't fucking matter to anybody. I think Citizen Sleeper might still win for me. Because Citizen Sleeper is something special. But then again, that game literally just, like, is like the gamification of living with disabilities in a world that wants to kill you for having disabilities. And that is just, hits home. There were 6 articles earlier, 5 lazy restatements, and a press release in Polygon. I didn't read any of them. So honestly, I'm much more interested in like community response than I am over like I really don't give a shit about what people have to write about Dwarf Fortress. I know that matters for like publishers, and I know that matters for developers, but for me, like, what matters is how does it do in Steam reviews? Do people enjoy watching it? Do people enjoy playing it? That's what I'm interested in. That's what I'm excited for. But, you know, there may have been 6 articles that released right as the press release dropped, but I'll have you know, my video also released at the same time the press release dropped, so do I count as a outlet? I premiered a 12-minute video and it had 100 people watching by the end of that premiere, which is bonkers. Dwarf Fortress has a quarter, or actually I think it's a fifth to a quarter of the number of followers that RimWorld has, and it's not even out yet. Which is nuts, actually. And I think Factorio has like 300,000. Actually makes me wonder how many Terraria has. Yeah, Factorio has 347,000 followers. How many does Terraria have? Terraria has blah, 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 blah. Almost 700,000 followers. Almost 700,000 followers. Dead certain I got more views than most of those articles. 10,000 hits already? 10,000 hits in the air. 10,000 Fists, underrated album. I'm telling you. Picture Point, my dude. What is up, lad? December 6th. Mark your calendar. You know, honestly, I think Terraria should just, like, accept that they're, like, a lifetime project and just keep developing that stupid video game forever. I already did? Damn right. Well, it is one of their best albums, but it's, like, one of the least listened to on Spotify. But 10,000 Fists is fantastic. I was listening to that the other day. It's funny, like, a lot of people seem to trust my taste in music because I do have a very varied taste in music, but recently I've just been listening to, like, mid-2000s, like, new metal and power pop, so it's like my music taste can't be trusted currently. Going to play it for 3 days straight? Why so few? What? You can do better. Come on. Let's seriously. Blah. Why does Payday 2 have 8 million followers? That seems like a lot. I don't know. Payday 2 is one of those games that's like weirdly popular for some reason. Hey, Canadian Pagan. Thanks for the raid. Charge! Hey, picture point. Be useful. Type in / shoutout Canadian Pagan. Blah. Thank you. How was your stream? We got a release date for Dwarf Fortress. Spread the word. Tell your friends. Tell your mom. Tell the dog. Scream it out your window. Yell into the sky. And throw beer at the raiders, please. Thanks for the raid. There you go. You did the thing. Congratulations, picture point. You've earned your mod badge. But then you have work in the way. Oh, that's not a problem. Simply quit your job. A Dwarf Fortress is released. Nothing else matters now, right? Who needs rent? You have Dwarf Fortress. Just get yourself like a little laptop and go sit on the side of the street. You'll be fine. Just go live in a Starbucks. You live somewhere with a warm climate. There's no winter there. You'll be fine. Yes, you should definitely work. But, I mean, you could also, like, actually, yeah, I guess, like, the meme isn't going to be I can play Dwarf Fortress at work and nobody notices because they just think it's software. Winter, what is that? It's when the weather gets cold. We went below freezing last night here. I woke up and there was frost on the ground. I have to pick my, like, green onions before they die. Oh, God, the Canadians are here? Exactly. But it's finally a release date for Dwarf Fortress. You can't wait to try it out. Hell yeah. Is that going to be your first time playing, Pagan? I mean, it is one of the 7 deadly sins, after all. Right next to lust and gluttony is Dwarf Fortress. Hey, Mist Runner, how you do? Or maybe losing is fun is a deadly sin. I don't know. Disco's still alive. Yo, don't break the law. Because Aquafunkalistic Booty Wap would like you to know that one should always respect the law. What's up, Hell Dracula? You're looking forward to the release. You haven't put serious time into DF since the Z levels were added. Wow. It's been a long time. Dwarf Fortress is significantly less crashy, more stable, and much more consistent than it was back then. I will put it that way. Still coughing up lungs? Wait, hold on a second. So you're coughing so hard that you are spawning more lungs? I shouldn't make fun of this, but like, you know in Mortal Kombat when you punch a dude so hard, multiple rib cages fly out of his back? I'm just imagining you just, and then like a lung just comes out of your mouth. Hang in there, dude. Being sick sucks. How were the 80s? More like early 2000s. You'd make a fortune on lungs? Yeah, I mean like the like third-party organ sales market is booming, I'm sure. Yep. That is the official release date. Here, I'll show you the trailer again. For those of you who apparently still haven't seen it. Although I need to put the sound back on. That would be helpful. I love those forges. They look so good. Well, don't trip. You have a good one, Canadian Pagan. I swear I'm not lying with my title. There you go. Strike the earth, motherfuckers? Yes, exactly. Well, sleeping. A weird place to socialize. No problem. It's also short. You may actually pick that up. Yep. I mean, the thing that people need to know is it's still Dwarf Fortress, right? So it's still going to be a little rough in some ways, but like it'll look pretty and it'll be visually easier to get into and mechanically easier to get into. And you'll actually be able to play with a mouse instead of just with a mouse. Because I play Dwarf Fortress with a mouse. It's just a physical mouse that sits on my desk while I type on my keyboard. But you'll actually be able to use your mouse to play Dwarf Fortress soon. You're going to buy like 5 copies? Well, it's $30 a piece. Hope you have, like $150 to throw around. But like, oh, hey, Dwarf Fortress is coming out in December. Well, my Christmas shopping is done then. In your first day of new DF, I'm going to dig too deep. Like, that's the first thing I'm going to do, is I'm going to dig too deep. Like, this is like legit. Is unless like they've like they're stopping you somehow. Like maybe you need like a fancy pick to dig too deep. Is Mousy on Squeak Book? I don't know, you on Squeak Book? Now my Mousy is on mic. You're getting Christmas gifts for a few people? It's like, you played a video game once, right? Yep. Here, have Dwarf Fortress! Don't hug me, I'm scared. I mean, damn right, Picture Point. Also, I mean, I'm just so excited for, like, the new World Gen Legends ticker and shit. Because, like, they showed off World Gen at PAX, and it's like, just being able to see Legends generate in real time is such a huge change, because it's like, it'll give people a reason to look at Legends immediately. Because they'll be like, oh, Dragon ate so-and-so in year 102. Well, let's go read about that dragon. And also tabs. Multiple tabs in Legends. I tried getting into it dozens of times and just couldn't get past the idea. You know, it's funny because it took me from, like, I didn't get past the initial bouncing off phase until, like, 2015. Even though, like, I first installed Dwarfort in 2009. Like 2009 was the first time I installed Dwarfort, but I didn't really get past World Gen until about 2015. So every time I'd read about it, I'd be like, I should try that again. Download it and just go, yeah, fuck it. And then go back to playing whatever I was playing. Navy, why are you so resentful after getting into an argument? These dwarves have just been arguing a lot recently. It's a little weird. Remember the 6th of November, the dwarfian treason and plots. I know not a reason, the dig too deep treason? Never been forgotten. Anyway, hi Spitalier. How do I explain that I won't show up for your mom's? You know, there's been a couple of people who've just been like, fuck, that's my birthday. Apparently there's a lot of December 6 kids out there. Arguing and being on stream. As somebody who has an Irish background, the Irish half of my family just bickers and bickers and bickers and bickers and bickers. So maybe these are very Irish dwarves. That's a pretty standard dwarfy stereotype where they speak like the Irish. Although usually they're Scottish, but... Howdy doody patooty, Walsp. How thing? Chad, has anybody here seen the movie, or not movie, the Netflix show Dairy Girls? Because I'm just like imagining all my dwarves talking like that now. Just like a bunch of adolescent teenagers just drunk as shit, just cussing each other out the entire time. That's kind of amusing to me. I enjoyed that show. It was fun. Scots argue too. I've met some Canadian Scottish people, but I've never been to Scotland, and I don't know anybody directly who is Scottish. So there is a band actually that's local to Vancouver out here, called the Real Mackenzies. If you see them in concert, they bring a keg of beer with them, and they start drinking at the beginning of the show, and then their playing gets worse progressively, but they get funnier as the show goes on. And by the end of it, they're definitely like flipping up their kilts. Last time I saw them, there was a lot of ass at that show. They're a good time, though. Very loud. They like to go up a mountain. They had to sit on a mountain and watch the English drown. There's one or more fake Mackenzies? Well, those are the real Mackenzies. They're very Scottish, even though they're all Canadian, but... You know, I feel like at this point, a lot of the English would like to go up a hill and watch the English drown. Based on, like, the way, like, Great Britain has been talking about itself for the past 6 months. I feel like they're kind of okay with it at this point. It's like, burn it all down. Start over. Not a part of the world I envy currently. But also, Chups, how are you doing? It's good to see you. Something else I'm, like, sitting here and kind of curious about is, like, I really hope that the modding community for Dwarf Fortress gets review key early. Or early-ish, at least. Because I want to see, at the very least, like, some basic tile sets and mods on Workshop as soon as Workshop launches, whenever it launches. Even if it's not, like, at release. Like, I do really hope that we're able to get that out soonish. I'm just going to make 100 silver amulets and silver rings. 100. I haven't made jewelry for the dwarves in a while. I've seen them wanting to acquire something. Oh, it's a national holiday in Spain. Well, a happy day off. Hope all is well. I'm very sleep deprived because, believe it or not, after getting the news of a release date for Dwarf Fortress a day early and spending the afternoon editing videos and then handing out candy to, like, small children, I'll be honest, I didn't sleep much last night, so I'm pretty fucking beat, actually. But I'm pretty good, aside from that. It's always neat and nice to see a bunch of new faces around the stream. Let's see if this dwarf makes it to their meeting that they're trying to attend. Nope. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I slept a couple hours last night. It was just... Sleeping was tough. This dwarf is exhausted. It's snowing on me. It's annoying. Well... I mean, go to bed. Our world is just a Dwarf Fortress game. It's run until Azeroth loses the game. Yeah, well. Could be our whole universe. You know, like, I was talking to my dad about this. And it's like the mathematical question of like how many choices do you need to have before you're sentient? And the number of choices dwarves have obviously isn't sentience, but it is enough choices that they are convincing enough as individual little critters that it feels like it could be real. Okay, so apparently a wagon got toppled here. Weird. Huh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. A body. Strange. Then doors are on that spectrum 100%. Then what's Siri? But I don't know. I don't think the dwarves are sentient, but they're certainly a convincing imitation of sentience. Mr. Mac, the child withdraws from society. We got another kid. Speaking of Mr. Mac, hi. You just went on a mood. You're on TV. Smile for the camera. Timing indeed. I'm going to go take a toilet break. I will be right back. Oh man, that log looks heavy, little kiddo. You can haul it, right? All the whole way to launch? The problem is I need to figure out what I'm going to do with this fortress post-launch, right? Because this fortress is 2 versions behind as of launch. It's 1 version behind right now. So when Premium comes out, it's not going to be compatible. So I have to figure out what to do with Longdeath. And that's going to be something that's going to be interesting to mess around with. The one thing I do know for certain, ooh, clay, is it's going to take a break. Longdeath is going to go away for a while. I don't know how long, but it will go away for a while. And when I bring it back, my hope is that there is enough people playing Dwarf Fortress on the regular that I can make it kind of a basically what Farlands or Bust has become. Flood the whole thing with lava? Fuck that. No, I want to make it into what Farlands or Bust has become, which is basically just a Minecraft podcast featuring other Minecraft people and various other people from the games industry. And that's what I want to do with Longdeath. It's just like maybe take advantage of that Twitch guest host feature or something, and like bring on randos who stream Dwarf Fort and just be like, yo, let's talk about dwarves. Talk about your fort. What have you been up to? Let's talk about playing this video. That's what I want to do with Longdeath, because like there needs to be a reason for people to watch Longdeath in the future, and the second the UI is fully rebuilt, its kind of allure and interest is going to go away, largely. You'd still watch it? I mean, I'm sure people will still watch it, but I want it to be more interesting than just a really old fort that kind of autoplays itself. Like, it's already basically just a... It's already more or less a weird solo podcast, right? And I feel like making it into a weird solo podcast that is also that isn't always a solo podcast, I think would improve it quite a bit. Also, this just in chat, my post on the /r/games subreddit for the Dwarf Fortress trailer is at 3,000 upvotes. I think that might be my most upvoted thread ever, actually. Getting there. We might even /r all on that. The real question is, can we get Dwarf Fortress trending on Twitter? That's the real question. Is can we get Dwarf Fortress trending on Twitter? Hey. So Jason Grimblatt, person who does writings on Caves of Cud, says, time for my normal spiel. Dwarf Fortress is one of the best and most important games ever made. It's one or two of the three principal influences on Caves of Cud. Accessible Dwarf Fortress is a game changer. Buy it 10 times. You heard the man, chat. You know what to do. Buy it 10 times. Also Caves of Cud, because Caves of Cud's pretty cool too. Hey, Padinsky. So now we know when you're going to take a break from modding Skyrim full-time, hey? How's it going? Pretty good. I'm sleep deprived as all fuck, but aside from that, pretty good. Yourself? Because, like, I knew the release date was going to happen today, as of yesterday around noon. So I basically was, like, wide awake and ready to fucking go. Yeah, premium will be completely mouse playable. You can play with only a mouse. Currently, I play with a mouse, but that's just because the mouse lives on my keyboard. On my phone. I was looking at Mousebook right now. Or Squeakbook, I think is what chat was saying. Unfortunately, actually, this joke is going to get mighty old once premium releases. I won't be able to use this visual gag anymore. I think this $20 plushie from Amazon is like finally gonna need to retire soon. Can you play it with a Nintendo Power Glove? I mean, if you could map it to a keyboard, probably. Better than Squeak Hub? I mean, that's just X-Hamster, right? Buy 10 copies. Yes, takes notes. Very, very excited now. Damn right. I mean, I remember you saying I think it was like one of the last times I rated you. You were like, maybe I'll go back to Dwarf Fortress in December. Maybe I'm feeling the itch. Now you can just wait an extra week. Thinking is right, Mr. Mac. Speaking of thinking, how's Kiddo doing? Oh, you've begun your mysterious construction. Excellent. Totally missed that. Llama wool cloth, rough pineapple spindles, diorite, silk cloth, horay marmot leather, silty clay, horay marmot bone, and pecan wood logs. What do you think you're going to make, Mr. Mac? I don't think you'll have to relearn much. You'll understand how the game works mechanically. I don't think it'll be that bad. Considering you knew 2 UIs before, you knew Dwarf Therapist and like the in-game UI, and I think DF Hacks UX as well. So you're only going to need to learn 1 now instead of 3, so you'll be fine. The gang is all back together, picture point. Now we just need to get fucking Formal Blizzard in here. Who streamed for the first time in like forever recently. Mr. Mac, the Dwarven child, has created Longdeath, a pecan wood crown, and claims it is an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Kolsoth Guildscales. No, but it has a better job assigning setup than the current version. Well, different, I would say. Because I honestly think that the UI in current Dwarf Fortress is fine. It's just a pain in the dick to learn. But no, it doesn't integrate all of the features, but it has a much more manageable job assignment menu, which is all you really. You did, in fact, make a fancy hat? A fancy hat. A pecan wood crown, the Dark Dusk. It's a good name. This is a pecan wood crown. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with emerald-cut purple spindles and decorated with cave spider silk and encircled with bands of llama wool. This object menaces with spikes of pecan wood and hoary marmot bone and diorite. On the item is an image of alders in silty clay. On the item is an image of an 8-sided, long, 8-sided prism in hoary marmot leather. I have a question for you, Loborin. Do you ever draw a picture and be like, Mom, I drew you a picture? Also, it's clearly because dwarves are anarcho-communist. Stalker or no Stalker? Like, to gameplay? Play Stalker, why not? Stalker's cool. Especially on Anomaly. Also, hey, Jeff. Hope you're doing well. Chat, investments are open if you want to invest your tickets. I think. Yes. You broke your record in Accra. You reached day 15 and died to a boss that you will not spoil it. Yeah, I haven't. I made it to day 12 recently. I've never made it to day 15 though. They need beer. Why not both? Got him. Enjoys a child-sized alcoholic beverage. Yep. And now he's playing with a bronze toy hammer. Welcome back, Diamond. How's the 24/7 stream going? Too late. Freeways. Although it is over 9,000. Oop. Need to make splints. And splints. You've had so many wins lately? Someone has to. Oh, the elves are here to trade. Looking forward to doing some work with you. And Renee, hello. Does you like pina coladas? You know, that's the only part of that song I actually know. Na, 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 na. I blame Better Call Saul for putting that song back into my brain. You know how would lots of procedurally generated games look it looks super immersive at first, but then you realize what's going on and you keep seeing the same patterns. Does that happen with this game? I mean, it happens with every procedurally generated game, but Dwarf Fortress still surprises me. I'll put it that way. Dwarf Fortress still surprises me. regularly. Like, of course, you're going to see echoes and you're going to see patterns, right? And that happens with every game to a degree. But, like, Dwarf Fortress has a very wide variety of were creatures, right? You can have were mammoths, were elephants, were lizards, were Gila monsters, were, I don't know, anything that isn't domesticated. You can have a were variant of it. I've only ever seen one werewolf, and when I saw a werewolf, I freaked the fuck out. Were pandas? Yeah. I mean, where are pandas in real life, even? Mostly extinct, probably. So, like, genuinely, Dwarf Fortress keeps surprising me. And it surprises me frequently. And the history generation in Dwarf Fortress is kind of unlike anything I've ever actually encountered before. I'm pretty certain that were-asses are just going to be were-donkeys, which is sad. Dwarf Fortress still surprises its creators. Still says enough. Where are you? You're playing with your toy somewhere. Now you're sleeping. You are snoozing. Right there. That's a were-donkey. Yes. Well, that is nothing compared to a Forgotten Beast ass. A giant ass with glowing eyes, and it has a shell, and it shoots webs for some reason. Noted by this very glorious Dwarf Fortress fan art. Hold on, let me find this image. Ah, perfect. Possibly the greatest piece of Dwarf Fortress fan art of all time. Twitch, please no ban. Because that is clearly a fire-breathing Forgotten Beast ass with a crown and a shell. But yes, they're actually donkeys. Tis definitely my favorite piece of Dwarf Fortress fan art. You had a towering feathered ass that undulates as it walks, lovely. And it became a lawgiver of a goblin civ. I almost wonder if that was a demon. If it undulates while it walks, that was probably a demon, which is kind of awesome, actually. Boat Murdered art is still high up there. Yeah, Boat Murdered art's pretty classic, too. I personally feel like if Netflix ever got an animated film of Dwarf Fortress, it would have to just be like a very, very, very dramatic, produced telling of Boat Murdered. I don't know if you guys agree with this, but I'm just saying, when the Netflix adaptation inevitably happens, I'm just saying, Netflix would watch. So would I. Like, just hire hire Krug Smash to narrate it. Get the people who are doing the animations for all of the the recent animes on Netflix, and just have a very gritty, ultra violent, flaming elephant riddled Netflix TV. I'm just saying. I'll bet you at least one person here would resub to Netflix for it. All right, let's see. What are they here to sell us? Do they have any? I'm buying all their unicorns because the humans depleted my unicorn supply by stabbing them all to death. Think about chipmunks? No unicorns? Come on. I'll take your wolf, though. Kind of cool. Oh, true. Yeah, they could also do it. James Cameron could direct. I don't know about that. Actually, you know what would be rad, but also would never happen? Like a grim, dark claymation dwarf fortress. That startled me way more than it should have. By Tim Burton. Just like a Tim Burton's Dwarf Fortress. I would watch that. You're buying all of their unicorns because the humans should have depleted them by stabbing them all to death. Sure, I will give you a second quote of a day. Copy it. I'm only going to give you one exclamation point because I didn't shout it. But they did, in fact, stab them all to death, which was very sad. Dwarf Fortress already has, like, the most modding support. Like, adding a creature to vanilla Dwarf Fortress right now is about as easy as making a text file, right? And just writing like a string of text. And it's not a long string of text. Although it'll be more complicated when premium hits because you'll also need a sprite to go with it. And I don't know how that's going to work. But, like, I don't know the first thing about programming, and I've added creatures to Dwarf Fortress. That's a very relevant quote. You're planning on getting a few copies? Everybody says that. You know, if everybody buys Dwarf Fortress, a few copies of Dwarf Fortress is just going to casually sell 1 million copies in the first week. That'd be fun, though. I mean, I don't think anybody would actually care. You know, it's interesting. You know, I've played many games as, like, in an early release capacity before, right? And I've been fortunate enough to get games early, and I've been part of hype cycles for other games. I've never in my entire life seen so many people stating, I'm going to gift this to a bunch of people. It's always I can't wait to play this. But with Dwarf Fortress, it's, I can't wait to inflict this on other humans. It's like, I can't wait until I can force the rest of you to play this. Which is interesting. Like, quite interesting. Also, I'm just, like, scanning through. Oh, speaking of Guest Star, you now have access to Guest Star, a new streaming tool that makes it safe and easy to bring your community onto your stream. Try Guest Star now. No, I'm good. Maybe later. You're going to force your streamer friend to stream it? Just don't force them too hard, because that's a really good way to, like, force people out of streaming a game. It will be hard to relearn the keys? Is that a question or a statement? Also, hi, Dandy Barfunkel. I don't think so. It'll be like, it will require some hand contortion, but I'm sure it'll be fine. Imagine a world, Imagine a world where Dwarf Fortress makes enough cash and forces some CEOs from EA and Activision to consider releasing a DF clone by themselves. I mean, I don't see Activision doing that. And I don't see EA doing that. But, like, maybe Paradox? Although, actually, didn't Paradox kind of just do that? No, that was Frontier Foundry who released it, Stranded. Because, like, Stranded just released. I don't know. You just want Sport 2? You really don't. It would include NFTs. If Will Wright had anything to do with it. Actually, if EA Games made a Dwarf Fortress clone, it would be a mobile-only game. It would be like that Dungeon Keeper reboot. They ruin enough games? Yeah, right. I tend to agree with that statement. Will does NFTs? Go Google Will Wright. See what he's been up to for the past few years. It's really kind of sad. Yeah, exactly. Microtransactions to make your artifacts prettier. Speed up your dwarves' training skills. Chat, this video is still getting 800 views an hour. And it's dropped off a lot. Which is crazy. That's nuts. That's a bonkers curve. Ay, ay, ay. Or you mix and match creature parts. Oh, pfft, Impossible Creatures? Is that the name of it? Boom, that one? The Relic game? I don't know how well it runs on Steam, but it's got overwhelmingly positive reviews, so I guess it runs. Yes, I remember it. Vaguely. I don't think I've ever played it, though. I think it's one of those games where it's like I've just seen it on YouTube enough that, like, I just know that it exists. What, to my video? Well, I appreciate that if you did that. I mean, look at this, right? So yesterday I released this video, the new Steam page and store art update stuff, which did really well for a normal video. You know, it's like it did 900 views the first hour and then like 1,000. And like, obviously that's the whole channel combined, but it did like 800 views, 900 views. Like it did pretty well the first 2 hours. And then it kind of dropped off pretty quick. That's pretty normal for a DF news video. And then this one just goes, that? And usually they kind of have like a second bump where they do go up again. So I'm curious if this one's going to get a second bump. Like if it gets enough critical mass that it'll get put on the front page of YouTube or something. The kind of neat thing though is it's actually getting views from suggested, which like never happens. For me, that never happens. I never get views from suggested. I get views from browse features and YouTube search and external like views from suggested, which is neat. Do I? Yes. I don't understand how it would be a good marketing feature. Saves aren't going to be compatible between like the versions I have installed in premium. So I don't agree really. So unfortunately, no, I don't think so. But I hope you're doing all right, Infinity. And I appreciate the effort that went into that message. Nope. Dwarf Fortress has had like a really long string of good compatibility since about 2015. It's been like 7 years or so since they last broke saves. Like all the 40 series versions have been saves compatible. Like you can take a save from Dwarf Fortress like 2015 and it'll run. But they're they're changing the way a lot of jobs work. Like, they're removing the mason shop. It's going to be the stonecutter's shop. And masons are going to be renamed to stonecutters. And a lot of stone-related jobs are being moved to either the craft store shop or the stonecutter shop and flipped around. So, there is stuff like that. And enough world gen and AI changes that, like, saves are not going to be compatible. It's nice to see a dwarf feel satisfied after remembering a sparring session. The best kind of moods are the ones where you see them think the same thing again. Loathing. Arch really hates the sunshine. I should tell him this. Yeah, I don't know. The response on that video is a bit overwhelming to me, I will be honest. A wee bit overwhelming. How many likes does that video have now? 941. Almost 200 comments. I am now whelmed? Clearly. But, yeah, plan for today is we're going to play 2 forts. We're going to be playing Longdeath, and then a little later in the day, we're going to be swapping over to Stonewater. We're going to do both. And then this evening, we're going to do something else. I don't know. I don't know what we're going to do this evening, but we're going to do something else. Two fort? Too furious. Huh. I just realized I have a private Caves of Cud video that I uploaded 2 years ago that I never made public. Whoops. You know, that is one thing that is actually kind of funny to point out. When I put up the video yesterday, a bunch of people were just like, the new logo looks like fart. So that, like, I think the #1 comment on that video is like, Dwarf Fartress, which is very funny because I had a back and forth with Klenodev like a couple minutes after those comments started popping up saying, I can't unsee Dwarf Fartress. And he's just like, you know, I think that they were aware of that but decided to go with it anyways. And then later I got confirmation from Alexandra that in fact, yep, she pointed it out. And they just kind of went with it. And so they've tweaked the logo so it's more dwarfy looking and less O, or more O looking and less A looking, which is very funny. Very, very amusing. I'm actually kind of curious. Who has written about Dwarf Fortress? Oh, wow. Okay, so chat. One of these things is not like the other, right? PC Gamer has an article about Dwarf Fortress. Polygon has an article about Dwarf Fortress. Game Rant has an article about Dwarf Fortress. Yahoo Finance has an article about Dwarf Fortress. And the Economic Times has an article about Dwarf Fortress. I want to know what Yahoo Finance has to say about Dwarf Fort. I'm genuinely curious. This is an article from Chris Holt, who's a contributing writer. And of course, they do link the trailer here. And they say, it's been a long time coming, but the legendary civilization management sim Dwarf Fortress at last has a Steam and itch.io release date, and it will be available on both storefronts on December 6th for $30. While this might seem steep for a game that has already been around for 16 years, available for free elsewhere, the latest version has some major upgrades. Steep, really? $10 is steep? Who actually reads Polygon, though? I read Polygon sometimes. Sometimes they have interesting bits. Let's see, does Polygon have anything interesting to say? Polygon's article, written by Charlie Hall. It says, Dwarf Fortress is the Byzantine and beloved quality simulation game comes to Steam on December 6th. Tuesday's announcement marks a major milestone for Bay 12 Games' Tarn and Zach Adams, who began to work on the game in 2003. Originally titled Slaves to Armok, God of Blood Chapter 2 Dwarf Fortress, the game's primary mode involves taking a small group of dwarves and carving them a home in the unforgiving wilderness. The game blends the classic Tolkien-inspired fantasy lore with an incredibly complex simulation that models everything from individuals' moods, manners, madness, to glacial flows and fluid dynamics. I mean, that's $30, Zach Smith. $30 USD or your regional equivalent, which I actually, that not the cost of the. Hold on, let me fact check this. I think that's the cost of RimWorld's base game. But I see everything in Canadian dollars, so sometimes I get things wrong. US dollar. No, it's $4.99 cheaper than RimWorld's base price. 30 US money, or your regional equivalent. I think they should have gone for 40, but that's just me. So far, I've received one comment on my videos saying, fuck that, not paying for it, doesn't have adventure mode, and will be just playing the free version forever. And then there was one person who... Why are you sitting here to attend a meeting? This dwarf should not be locked here. Still should not be locked here. Thanks for putting that in the title. You know, for me, it's kind of like it's almost like a weird test. It's like, oh, people do read the titles. It's 30 money in euro. Yeah, well, in USD, RimWorld is $34.99. In Canada, it's 40. Yeah, I like, and as I was saying earlier, like I personally think they could have charged 40 for it, or 35 even. They could have just price matched RimWorld. But I think that $30 is a price that is low enough that people will buy it when it's not on sale consistently, but also a good enough price that if you do a 10% discount, you're not actually losing that much revenue. You know? So if you do a slight discount when there's an update or something, or when there's a big Steam sale, $30 is a good all-around price. And, you know, there's also nothing stopping them from raising the price in the future. You know, I know Tarn doesn't want to do DLC, so I doubt we'll ever see anything like that, but at the same time, it wouldn't exactly surprise me if they sold more music in the future or something, you know? Or like a DLC pack that's just a bunch of like computer backgrounds, like a supporter pack or something. Guess what? Guess what? We're 6 hours closer to release. Tomorrow will be a day closer to release. BRB, you want to watch the vid? Go watch the vid. For different skin packs? I don't see the point of that. Honestly, I think instead of doing skin packs or anything, they should just put a link to their Patreon and PayPal links on the main menu of the video game. I mean, I've played this one fort for like 1,500 hours. You know, honestly, I haven't counted down the days until Christmas in a very long time. But yes, I agree. I'm going to be counting down the days until December 6th. Can't fucking wait. $30 is an extraordinarily fair price. I'm going to go look for some Schadenfreude real quick. Hold on. You know, So this is kind of funny to me. So let us buy it. It's not like the price is going to change in 1 month. Let's pre-order the game or buy the game. We waited enough. What? How? What? Why? Just wait. I mean, just wait. Just hang in there. That guy deserves that guy or that person in that thread is literally the "Are we there yet?" kid at the back of the bus. That's what that person is. Or this one from an hour ago. Lost interest in any games other than Dwarf Fortress. Yes. I mean, here's the thing. If you're so... And this is what I always want to comment on those threads. It's like, if you are so committed to playing Dwarf Fortress, and you desperately want to give Zach and Tarn all your money, they have a PayPal link on their website. Just go give them all your money. You can do that. Pre-orders are pointless on, like, a digital storefront where there is no supply shortages. This isn't like we don't live in a nightmare future where all video games are NFTs. There isn't a limited number of them. You can just go buy it when it releases. Like a perfectly normal human being. Fight Attack, what up? Yes, I tend to agree. It's like if you want to just go give Zach and Tarn some early surprise money for telling you guys that the release is up and ready, just go to the website, click on the little support button, and just chuck them a couple bucks in PayPal. I'm sure they'll thank you. Yes, they may be overnight multimillionaires in a couple of weeks, but like you can still do it. I'm sure they'd appreciate it. You know? I'm sure that they would. Also, chat, so I want you guys to know, I've been streaming for 4 hours and 42 minutes, yeah? In 4 hours and 42 minutes, we've had 1,401 unique live views on this stream. Thank you. Plus, 1,108 unique viewers have tuned into this stream. Now, part of that is because of the really big raid that I had at the start, but not entirely. On a normal stream, after about 13 hours, I will have about that many unique viewers and that many live viewers. So we have about double the traffic that I have to a normal stream right now. So thank you. That's crazy. And a lot of numbers. So I appreciate the big numbers. With the new graphics? You know, honestly, same. I can't wait to see what like my castles and shit are going to look like. What my really big forts are going to look like. And I can't wait. It's gonna be a blast. It's gonna be fun. Was first suggested for the Fortress Steam release? Well, AMA Dwarf Fortress. Get at me. Number Go Burr. You want Number Go Burr is big Number Go Burr. Yes. Yeah, there are people actively making content for Dwarf Fortress and have been for years. There's at least a dozen of us. But not that many. Although, fingers crossed, I'm trying to get another chat with Bay 12 Games on stream before the release. Admittedly, they're going to be busy for the next, 4 weeks. But gonna try and get Zach and Tarn on the stream before release. Socializing alone. I feel that, Dwarf. I told the story of the offering of the regal rays by the eternal adventure of time creation as part of a trade negotiation in the mid-autumn of 191 at the Simple Dinner, and this is giddy. So they're telling the story of how we sold an artifact to to our own faction, I think, or to another faction. That's whack. Any good DF story suggestions to show your friend who hasn't even heard of the game? Krug Smash's Monster Killer. It's old, but it's gold. Would be the first one that I'd be like. Krug Smash's Monster Killer. Unless you want like 3-minute long videos, in which case I have a series called Today in Dwarf Fortress, which is like a sad attempt at making lore videos. But Krug Smash's Monster Killer is pretty fantastic. And Krug Smash, he illustrates events in pencil crayon. So each video has like 30-something drawings in it, which helps newbies with the imagination gears. But yeah, if you just look up Dwarf Fortress Monster Killer, you'll find it. And if the video starts off with, well, hello, you bearded bastards, then you're in the right place. A bug when writing of animals was added that caused babies. Oh, yes. I mean, that's just that's a recent tale of a bug. Honestly, I think Goblin Thong Rot is the funniest one right now. Because it's like Goblin Thong Rot. It's a very legitimate dwarven fetish that causes, like, irreversible depression. It's just like, oh, you know, like, accidentally equipping a thong that makes you fall apart because, like, when it rots off of your body after degrading to the point of no longer being usable as clothing, like, the depression just collides with your brain and you fall over and just, you can't continue to live because of how depressed you are. It's truly tragic how many dwarves have lost their sanity due to being obsessed with goblin and elven underwear. Because, TLDR, dwarves can't make underwear. But if a dwarf equips a piece of clothing, they want to replace that piece. They gain the need to replace that piece of clothing with a new piece of that clothing. So because dwarves can't make loincloths or thongs, which are the two types of underwear in the game, if a dwarf equips a loincloth or a thong, then they want to equip it with another loincloth or another thong when it wears down and falls apart and becomes tattered. So the problem is you have like an army of goblins, let's just say, shows up and they siege you, right? And they're like, we're going to stab every single one of you to death. So obviously you chop all their heads off and murder them all because that's what dwarves do. And then the dwarves are like, oh, look at all this clothing on the ground because it all fell off the raiders and they all equip underwear. And then suddenly you have 40 dwarves that are then doomed to get like a radically terrible mood debuff for the rest of their existence because that's a dwarf's brain. And their brains are permanent. So if something bothers them or they have a traumatic event, these purple texts down here can be permanently shifted. Also, all of this information is going to be displayed in a way that's much easier to comprehend without staring at it for 1,000 hours like I have. So, like, if something horrible happens to you, like in this case, after seeing somebody die, or after seeing a family member receive justice because somebody committed a crime against them, or seeing a human's dead body, or a strengthening after experiencing trauma, or gaining a sibling, like this dwarf values tranquility due to gaining a sibling in 390, right? And like, but like having clothing rot off their body, like it might make them violent because they had clothing rot off their body, or like ultra depressed because they had clothing rot off their body. What? When you go thong, you will go bong? What? you know what a bong is, right? You just went and gave me another view on the release video. Thank you. Appreciate you. Just go, I don't know, post it on Reddit or something. Ow. Speaking of Reddit, how many upvotes does that post have that I made? To be fair, imagine being down at the coffee shop when you have some of your clothing rotted off your body. You know, honestly, yeah, if I walked outside and my jacket rotted off, I think I too would fall over crying. Like there was a time when I was younger when like I was still going through growth spurts, right? And I stepped over a canoe and I tore the bottom of my jeans that I was wearing from like all the way up my groin. And like I just sat down and started crying. I was like a pretty little kid at the time, but like I literally just like sat down on the floor and started crying, and that stuck with me for the rest of my life. So that's probably the closest thing I've had to like clothing rotting off my body, and that's pretty tame in comparison to what's happened to some dwarves. That would in fact be pretty traumatic. I had some shoes fall apart at a date at a party once. You can confirm that it caused... I had shoes fall apart at work. But it was more of a, fuck. And then I had no sole on my left foot for the rest of the shift. I was broke and worked night shift in restaurants, so I just I dealt. Jeans tantrum spiral? No, totally, yeah. Crappy jeans tantrum spiral. Mm-hmm. But no, I'm very excited just to see more people get the opportunity to discover and learn about Dwarf Fortress, because like just because there's a lot of new names in this chat. This fortress that I'm playing right now is Longdeath, right? This is a fortress that I've been running actively at least once a week since August 2020. This one fortress is 430 years old. We're on year 430, which means this fortress has been running for 425 years. In-game, which means we've had like 8 generations of dwarves, civilizations have risen and fallen, kings have been born and died, queens have been born and died, factions have turned on each other, many artifacts have been made. We've discovered like how the moon works. Well, that the name was intentional, right? The goal of this fortress is to keep it alive for 1,000 years. So I've accidentally made the Dwarf Fortress version of Farlander bust. Also, fish. Smoke them if you got them. So, like, it's... Dwarf Fortress is a game that you can quite literally just kind of keep playing. How many species are extinct? I have no idea. The most recent save is from the year 400. If you type in !Longdeath, there's a link to the save on DF Database if you want to download it and fuck around with it. Then maybe you can figure that out. But pandas probably. Pandas don't usually survive World Gen, though, because they don't have enough food, which is kind of sad. Let's make silver pots. Because pandas need to eat, which also means that panda people usually go extinct pretty quick. Also, I can't even describe to you guys how excited I am to have a full fucking soundtrack for Dwarf Fortress so that I don't need to listen to these noise generators anymore. Like, seriously. So excited. Can't wait. Although these noise generators have done us quite well over the years. The original media is at least a track, though. So, to quote one of the 2 composers on Premium Dwarf Fortress, Dabu, from a Reddit thread from a while ago. So when they announced the soundtrack to be like a full soundtrack, right? Somebody said in the Reddit comments, man, I really hope that Tarn's original track is included as like some sort of remix or something. And Dabu's response was simply, I got you. And there is a fully remastered version of Tarn's original guitar strumming in there. Properly recorded and not recorded on a webcam mic. Which is what the original music for this game was recorded on. It was a laptop mic. Also, hopefully, when you see Zach and Tarn on live streams again, they'll sound better because I'm assuming they got it to work. I gave them a microphone at PAX. So they actually have a microphone now. They don't need to use laptop mics anymore. We can celebrate. More splints. Even more. 6 splints? Okay. Splint, wood, 6. Both my mayor and... Yeah. Oh, I actually, hold on. I understand. I was going to say both my mayor and no. I only need 3, not 6, because there's just one person who has 2 jobs. Splint. Wood, 3. And you screamed? Literally, they need to plug it in. That's all that they need to do, is plug it in. It's all, like, literally plug it in and press the button. The one thing, though, can you speculate on your stream what do you think they're going to do with villains and armies and sieges? I mean, go read the villains posts. I'm not going to speculate. Also, it's actually at 13,000 views, I think. 12 or 13? No, 12,000 views. Yeah, it's at 11,814 views currently. YouTube's just slow. They're like the most tech illiterate game developers I've ever met. Although I can't tell if they're tech illiterate because of budget restrictions or if they're tech illiterate because they just don't care. It's one of the two. I think it's the second one. I think they just genuinely don't care. Which, you know, I respect the hell out of it. But yeah, literally, like, you just need to, like, screw the bolts into the sides and plug it in. It's a plug-and-play microphone. I'm just glancing at comments right now. There's a lot of, like, just inane yays! Also, people seem to be quite happy that I just posted the roadmap. So for those of you who missed it, I did just straight up throw the roadmap on, like, my YouTube channel. So it's like, people seem quite happy with that. It's like really smart. It's like those really smart physicists that wear the same outfit every day. They kind of remind me of my dad to a degree, because like my dad is like a robotics and automation specialist who still has an Alpha Shield plugged into his internet and refuses to unplug it. Like, he still has... Go Google Alpha Shield. That's all I'll say. Go Google Alpha Shield. He has high speed. He was asking me the other day, he goes, why is my internet so slow? I pay for 100 up, 100 down. And I looked at it, and it's like 5 on the dot, on the wired connection. I'm like, it's because your Alpha Shield can't handle anything faster. And he goes, that's bullshit. I don't believe that. I'm like, literally the cables in it, like, can't, like, that, you had this thing in dial-up era. Like, it literally can't handle the speed. And he refuses to believe me and will not unplug the Alpha Shield because that will remove his protection from whatever the internet is. Yeah, FG gave us a big ol' raid. But we had like 100 people before that too. Because, read the title. Mind. Clearly, yeah. It's too fast. You can't catch all of the little ones and zeros. That's why there's a lot of people here. There's a trailer and everything. Game's saving right now, so it's like the 50th time I've played this. People watching this VOD in like 6 years are gonna be like, why are you still replaying the trailer? We've seen that before. Blah. Yeah, this is a redone version of that song, though. It's a redone version. It's the remastered SoundSense tracks. Which, I need to get my hands on the full soundtrack, and I need to reach out to the musicians who contributed music, and I need to make a video on that, I think. Refresh Reddit. Service unavailable! Excuse me. Reddit, are you okay? Is Reddit down? Chat, is Reddit down? Or is my internet offline? Nope, I'm still online, I think. I think Dwarf Fortress broke Reddit. That or the blockchain needs to refresh. One of the two. Reddit is down in France? Well, I'm not in France, but Reddit certainly seems to be down. Where is stream? Oh, no! It's down? Okay. Interesting. It's down in the US? Well, I mean, it's clearly down in Vancouver, Canada. Anyway, F's for Reddit, I suppose. Reddit is trending on Twitter. Well, that checks out. Okay. You can get it to load either? Got it. Well, I mean, nothing of value was lost, I would say. Collectively, 5 million people just got off the toilet. I don't know. Twitter and Facebook are still up, I think. It's like, fuck, Reddit's down. Kale shit quickly. You know, I don't know why you're reminding me of this. But you just reminded me that the engineering students in the University of British Columbia, UBC, it was like in 1984 or 85 or something, they figured out the exact number of toilets they needed to flush in the entire university at the same time to make every single toilet and faucet overflow. Anyway, that's what engineering students are for. I didn't realize I got 2 pedestals. I should place those. But I think we will do another couple months of Longdeath. By that I mean probably get to the end of summer, into fall. And then after that, we will be swapping over to Stonewater, which is a running on the most recent version of the game, and a much bigger population, much younger fort. But I'm building glass towers and lava waterfalls and shit, so it's a bit more involved than this one. If we flush enough toilets, can we destroy the world? I mean, maybe your world. Reddit is back. Yep, Reddit seems to be back. Cool. Weird. Yeah. I don't think I've ever seen just that raw service unavailable thing before. Yeah, gosh. You guys want to see some Reddit stats? So this is like my thread, right, from my video on the Dwarf Fortress subreddit. And according to this, it's gotten 5,700 views, which is not bad, right? And I've got like 6% of the views on this video are coming from Reddit, which is pretty good, right? This is the /ArtGames subreddit. This thread's had 165,000 reviews. Or views, not reviews. That's bonkers. That's bonkers. That's a lot of people have looked at this thread. So, Jesus. That's all I have to say about that. I'm going to have a lot of comments to respond to this afternoon, I think. Something is going on in Europe? Lots of things are going on in Europe. That's not a very, that's a very general statement. What's Pilot doing? Utterly harrowed by the nightmare that is his tragic life. Well, that's unfortunate. Give you all the metalsmithing jobs. Maybe you can go forge some silver pots or something in a bit. Once I actually let you guys out of the tavern. Something's going on in most places. It'd be, you know, honestly, I'd be more concerned if nothing was going on in Europe. That is like a genuine take that I'm going to have right here. I'd be more concerned if there wasn't anything going on. So because we're in early summer, I can turn the water fountains on. Here comes the water. Hey, Mark. In case you haven't yet, read the title. Or in case you don't know yet, read the title. All I'm saying is December's going to be exciting. December's going to be exciting. It's a date, yep. We all have a date to not show up for work. Except for me, I have to show up for work. Can you get a tour? Need a refresher? The big-ass fortress of Longdeath? I'm kind of shocked we haven't been invaded yet. The humans have been pretty consistent about invading me once or twice a year. Here, I'll shut my camera. I've moved the unicorns. The fortress goes all the way up to here, of course. And actually it goes all the way up to here where the beehives live. But it goes all the way down through the trees into ground level. And now I've moved all of the outside livestock from the old pens on the left there down to this one right there. Oop. What just happened? Oh, human caravan has arrived. Down to here. And the reason I've done that is because the humans that invaded us have been desperately trying to slaughter all of my unicorns, and I'm not a fan. So we can go all the way down to here, main level. Man, animal. Animal. And then the place where we put the bodies. The maze that I built because I was bored. Water power. This big old room, which is probably going to end up being nothing. The lava forge. And the cavern lair. You're scared to invest big numbers, so don't invest big numbers. And then that's the bottom. Haven't even hit the third cavern layer yet. There's your tour. I worry about some of my dwarves. But yeah, no, it's gonna be an interesting month. I'm really curious about like those upcoming Kit Fox streams. Hopefully we can get Tarn on the channel. And maybe Zach too, before release. Even if it's just for like an hour. Just a really short Q&A session, because I'm sure some people have questions, you know. I'm also like, just gonna say this out loud. If any of you guys have Bay 12 Games forums accounts, go ask questions in the Future of the Fortress thread, because I don't think Tarn has started filling those out yet. Because I'm pretty sure he's still asleep, because he was liking tweets this morning on the Bay 12 account. So I'd be willing to bet that he pulled an all-nighter last night. So just if you want to get questions into Zach and Tarn, I would do it now. Because like you only got between now and I guess the 1st of December to ask questions before it releases. So I would get on that. Possible. You know, so I made the NVIDIA RTX on, RTX off short meme. Is anybody going to make a how it feels to chew 5 gum meme, but ASCII versus like graphics on? So I know that if I do that, it'll get copyright hit on my channel. But if anybody has a small channel that they don't care about, someone should go make that meme. All right, it's 30 bucks. 30 American monies, Mark, or your regional equivalent. $30 American monies, which previously was known as the unconfirmed 30 American monies. It's been sitting on 30 American monies for a while. As just previously unconfirmed 30 American monies, now it's moved to confirmed 30 American monies. Which I think is a very, very, very fair price, personally. That they didn't go with 20, 30 is legit for the time spent. Like I said, I think they could have gone higher, but I think it's a very fair price. Cloak, leather, trousers, cloth. We're doing clothing. Cloth, glove, cloth. Mitten, cloth, wood, silk sock, silk cap, leather shoe. $70.99, $79.99 in sale 1 week later. Nah. I mean, I'll say this. I've spent over $100 on Dwarf Fortress this year. Just between my $5 a month on Patreon and the occasional random 20 bucks I chuck at them whenever I have a good month. So for me, it's like the cost of Dwarf Fortress is kind of irrelevant. But I also play this game for a living. So I don't know how much my takes on how much the price are really valid. Especially because, like, it is a game that you could just go play for free right now, right? But again, still, like, I've spent way more dollars on games than that I've spent less time into. So I'm in a very similar position. I'm going to sort by controversial on Reddit now and see. Yeah, it seems literally controversial on Reddit for the /our games post is literally just, why should I play DF and not RimWorld? And also, honestly, the poor quote on those response here is probably the best response. Why not both? Why not both? Why not Thornburg? People are very, why do I have to play this instead of that? I never fully understood that. It's like, just play both. I know, like, nobody has unlimited free time, but, like, play Dwarf Fortress for a month, play RimWorld for a month. Variety is the spice of life. Which is also why dwarves can have many spouses. I'm just saying. Insert both meme? Yeah. You know, I'm also waiting for somebody to make, like, a Dwarf Fortress, my unplayed Steam library, guy looking away from girl at other girl meme. But I think people have already made that. I'm pretty sure that meme already exists. You only play one game at a time until you get bored with it and move on to something completely different. See, that's pretty dangerous, though. Like, if you're just like, yeah, I'm going to play a game until I get bored with it. And the game I'm going to play is, like, Civilization. It's, like, 4,000 hours later. All right, next game. Dwarf Fortress. 17,000 hours later. RimWorld. Oh, no, I'm dying because I'm 70 years old. You know, it's like, I don't know. Like, there's some games where it's like, I think it's acceptable to take a break with, even if you're not bored of it. And there's plenty of games I do that with. You play 3 to 4 games a day, but you have ADD? I mean, I played, what, 4 games last Thursday? It's very cost efficient. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's just like people who play only, like, people who only play people who only play a couple Paradox games spend way less money on people than people who only play Madden every year. Significantly less money. Oh, mayor got reelected. So, Spitalier, did you explain to your, I think it was your mom, as to why you're skipping her birthday yet? Civ, you have 1,000 hours. Stellaris, you have 1,800 hours. X4 Foundations, 2,000 hours. Damn. I never got into X4. I loved X2. It wasn't a very good game, but DF is your palate cleanser. I get you. I mean, I'm sure Dwarf Fortress will be up there in the thousands at some point, and I'm sure it'll make its way into the rotations. But, like, I don't know. I guess, like, the one thing that makes me a little sad about Dwarf Fortress is I really hope that Dwarf Fortress releasing on Steam doesn't push games that are much more similar to Dwarf Fortress completely out. I hope it promotes those games, you know? Like, I hope games like Odd Realm do better because Dwarf Fortress exists. Because, like, I do worry about games like Odd Realm sometimes. And I have to tell you that your leave got canceled anyway, so no trip to Germany this year? Oh, sorry. Hope work hasn't been too brutal as of late. Speaking of, if you're looking for something to play while you're waiting for Dwarf Fortress, might I recommend Odd Realm. It's kind of like if Dwarf Fortress was Minecraft, then Odd Realm is Terraria. By that I mean similar ideas, but completely fucking different execution. And then they changed everything. Okay, for whatever it's worth, Songs of Six completely changes the game like once every 4 months. Odd Realm changes the entire game once every 8. Also, it's releasing in 1.0 sometime early next year. So, Odd Realm's leaving early access quite soon. The cooking system is insane. I got to have a lovely conversation with the dev of Odd Realm recently because we went and got beers. He actually, I think, is moving to New Zealand right now. Like, or if not like right now, then like in the next couple of days. But he lives in Vancouver, or lived in Vancouver, I guess, up until just a couple of weeks ago when we went and got beer towards the end of the summer. You're thinking of Core Keeper? Yeah, very different game. I mean, Core Keeper is like a top-down Terraria. This is like straight up just a Dwarf Fortress-like game, but with multiple races and persistent storytelling and a bunch of other interesting little features. It's a very nifty little game. I highly recommend it. Sorry if this has already been asked, but will the Steam... TLDR, if you're asking a question to me about Dwarf Fortress, it's been asked me before, so don't bother apologizing. They're literally exactly the same game. Like, there was an article on some crappy website ages ago about Dwarf Fortress saying, Dwarf Fortress Remastered, will it have the feature brevity? And a bunch of other, like, dumb statements like that. Premium Dwarf Fortress isn't a new game. It's a patch. It's literally like... It's like the difference between Paradox releases, like releases for the same game. Like it's like the difference between 1.1 and 1.4, right? Like it's not a new game. It's not a rebuild. It is a patch. It's just a really big one. Yeah, adventure mode will be months after release. Features like as Steam achievements, I think, are tagged along with adventure mode, and then shortly after release, there will be a bunch of quick stuff added. But I mean, I can pop up the. Ah, Darren, hi. Have I heard? No, what? What have I heard? Have I heard the thing? As in John Carpenter's The Thing? The soundtrack rocks, actually. Almost bought it on vinyl once. So, what thing are you referring to, Haas? Chat, can I get a round of beers? Darren just gifted a sub to Wave Depletion. Hope you're doing well. Bannerlord reached 1.0 last week. Ah! Actually, yeah, I did know that. I was watching a stream of it the other day. It looks about the same as it did but before early access, but, like, more content. No, I mean, it took them 2 years. So, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of mechanical changes. I mean, there's major mechanical changes every few patches or so in Dwarf Fort, but, like, the last time we got new content for Dwarf Fortress was January 28th, 2021. Frog for Hire, thank you very much for keeping that sub alive for 20 months. I'm currently on an 18-month streak. I need to turn my personal volume down because that was too fucking loud. Chat, can I get a secondary round of beers? By typing in the word beer or the beer emote or the beers emoji or the HS cheers or crypt burr or crypt beer. Cheers, lads. Appreciate you guys for helping bankroll my content. You don't think any other critical gaming stuff has been announced? Yeah, me neither. I'm pretty sure that, like, the biggest video game news of the generation is that Bannerlord actually exists. You know, it's funny because, like, Bannerlord's actually been my example to point out whenever people are like, games don't take as long as like Dwarf Fortress did to release. Like, I've been waiting a lifetime. It's like, well, they only worked on it for like 2 years, right? Whereas, like, I waited for literally like a decade for Bannerlord. Thanks for the $1, Frog. If anybody else happens to have 100 bits or a resub on their account, you can start a hype train. But yes, hooray for release date. Oz, are you excited about Dwarf Fortress? Jokes aside, because if you are excited for Dwarf Fortress, you could go watch the absolutely never going to definitely make it to the end of the countdown live stream by Diamond Destruct of the live countdown timer. I'm not saying you should go watch the live countdown timer for Dwarf Fort, but, like, I don't know. There's other things you could watch. There's worse things you could watch. Thanks for the $1, Darren. Me too. Which is honestly why it's been so difficult for me to get ridiculously excited, because it's just like, well, I mean, I can wait, because, you know, I'm already playing. Can we just, like, get some Fs in chats for anonymous bits? Like, Twitch didn't need to kill that feature. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. What, the Dwarf Fortress live countdown timer? Diamond, can KitFox tweet about the Dwarf Fortress live countdown timer? Dev time equals scope. That's why those AAA yearly releases don't have huge mechanical changes compared to something like Dwarf Fortress that has scope comparable to Wonderland's rabbit hole. Wonderlands? Not sure what you're referring to by Wonderland, but you have to wait for the ASCII mod. Well, I mean, you can toggle the tile set off with an options menu button.
F.
Yes. Thanks, by the way. They're stupid. Oh, Alice in Wonderland. I thought you were talking about like Borderlands, the Wonderlands game thing that they had, or whatever it was called. That's what I thought you were referring to. Weird. The notification is going off for that. It's in my chat. It's in my Streamlabs notice, but I don't see it in the chat. Now okay, weird. I was like, what the fuck? Why is that notification going on? I was very confused for a second. Thank you very much for the 5th month, Civ. Welcome back. Now you can have good beer. Yes, this is true. Although, I mean, you theoretically can have good beer without. There's not Twitch doesn't give a shit. You need to, as long as there isn't actual titties on your like imagery, you're fine. It's just a countdown timer. I mean, I'm gonna keep that countdown timer up until you get rid of it. So, thank you very much, Tolas, for gifting a sub. Also, this is for you, Tolas. Everybody's making clothing. Sometimes you forget that you can leave Songs of 6 to go at normal speed. You know, when you set Songs of 6 to go to normal speed, it's like, oh, I don't need to pause to build? Weird. So, since Dwarf Fortress merch has been teased, can I put forward a request? You see these here lovely trio of dwarves, right? I'm thinking giant inflating dwarves for Halloween decorations. I'm just saying. Giant inflatable dwarves. I mean, who wouldn't buy that? I mean, I might even buy that. I almost bought a 12-foot skeleton from Home Depot, and I don't even have anywhere to put it. I'm just saying, plush plump helmets. Plump helmet pillows. Those are just bigger plushies. You wouldn't buy them. Yeah, touche. I'm just saying I would. Although, like, logically, though, just like prints, art prints, plushy, fluffy Wambler, actually filled with actual pudge. You know, just the necessities, right? Also, Sal, thank you very much for the raid. How was your release date party in your neck of the woods? If you guys don't know Sal makes great tutorials for Dwarf Fortress on YouTube, and I'm expecting more soon. And speaks in calming voice tones on Twitch. Go give them a follow. You had a lovely release party? Well, hell yeah. And hello, Raiders. It's got to be, like, very off hours for you, because you're normally, like, starting up your stream right when I'm ending. But, like, you turned on your stream at, like, 7 in the morning when I was making coffee. I was like, Sal's on? What? Huh. But we're running Longdeath now, and we're going to be swapping forts in a moment. So we're just chilling currently. But we're going to be live for, like, another 6 hours at least. Maybe 7. Maybe more. Undisclosed amount of hours. But Mark, thanks for chucking out a gift sub. Appreciate you, sir. You got up especially for the release date party? I thought about turning my stream on an hour early or 2 hours early even, and then I was like, you know what? I could just, like, take a shower, make breakfast, make my lunch, sit on the sofa for a bit and sip some coffee and wake up. Because, like, I don't know when you found out about the release date, but, like, I knew yesterday, so sleeping was difficult last night, so I didn't sleep much, so I was really tired and cranky when I initially woke up, and I was like, I should just start on my... I did turn the stream on 15 minutes early, though. All the best streamers are here? Yeah. Certainly hope so. Yeah, I kind of figured. Based on the time that you turned your stream off yesterday, I kind of figured. But thank you very much for the little hype train chat. Appreciate you guys. But yeah, no, it's been a busy day. It's been a busy day, and it's gonna be an exciting week, an exciting couple of weeks, I would say. You know, it's like, actually, this is kind of funny. Sal's priority is turn stream on second, like the release date's announced. My priority was post the trailer on Reddit. That was my priority this morning. It was like, I gotta be the first person to post it on Reddit. Gotta get that post on /games. Gotta get that karma. You know, that was my priority. But you know, we all have our priorities. Yeah. Hope you survived the time change, by the way. Because, like, that always screws me up for a week. You silly karma addicts. Hey, man, someone has to. Come on. It was kind of difficult because, like, I do the Dwarf Fortress news videos, and I uploaded a video talking about the new artwork yesterday, which is like just like the new logo art and then like the new banners and stuff that they put on the Steam page yesterday. I made a video about that and then also kind of included like the image of the fluffy Wambler and stuff that they posted on Twitter. And I made that video after I'd finished recording and editing my release date and roadmap video. So it's like I have this other video uploaded there. I'm like, how do I like not let anybody realize that I know? It's very difficult. And there go the humans, crawling out the door. My humans. Thank you for trading with us. I'm kind of pissed we haven't been sieged yet. To be honest. How to net get sue 101 by blind. How to net get sued? I don't think I would get sued if I released things early. I think they would just be disappointed and then not send me things to early anymore. So, because I didn't sign any paperwork, I don't think I'd get sued. But that would just be rude and in poor practice and not like professional in the slightest. So, is Spikeball trade still OP? In current game, yeah. Make spiky ball, sell spiky ball. Spikes also work too. Not a spy. I was never a spy. Well, there's spies, right? And then there's people who are journalists. If anything, I would say we're journalists. You always do prepared food. You can do prepared food, but like, it's more steps, right? And like early game, my go-to trade good is just spikes because you chop down like 5 trees, you get like 30 logs. And then you just make them all into menacing wooden spikes and they sell for like $3 grand a piece. Chat thinks you're an actual spy, despite them well, did they send a spy hunter after you onto your hex in Civ? Because if it detects a spy, then you are actually a spy. I hate to break it to you, Sal. Regardless of if you know it or not. I mean, maybe you just haven't been activated yet. I mean, I constantly have that problem with myself, where I can't tell if I've been activated yet. I might be a spy. How would I know? Just no one has said my activation words yet. Just don't tell anybody that my activation words are cheap candy. Hey, Lang. Thanks for the raid. Appreciate you. Chat, can I get a round of beers for Lang? And Raiders. Hi, old guy. What's up, man? This has to be like the most raids I've gotten in a day this year. Rar back at you. If you haven't done it yet, go give Lang a follow. The real question is are we going to be able to assimilate Lang into one of the dwarfy streamers in the near future? One of us. One of us. One of us. Because, like, you know, goal for Dwarf Fortress is to sell 1 million copies in a week, right? Let's do it. But hi, Lang and Raiders. My name's Blind. I know too much about this game, and I play too much of this game. So if you want to know anything about this game, I can probably tell you. Do it within reason. This is the 17th most wishlisted game on Steam. It was the, like, 8th most wishlisted game on Steam for a bit. Gotta go to bed. Go to sleep. I'll be seeing you soon, probably. Global top wish listed games, right? You know, it's Hogwarts Legacy. That's not fair. Day Before, that game's not real. Starfield, that's not fair. Silk Song, yeah, okay. Party Animals, I don't get it, but somebody's thing. Manor Lords, I'm also excited for that one. And so, you know, I'm also excited for that one. I get it, sure. Art of Chernobyl, okay. The Forest, I guess people like The Forest. Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines, that's never coming out. Arc 2, yeah, I guess. Kerbal Space Program, fair, okay, makes sense. Atomic Heart, no comment. Company of Heroes 3, it's a video game. Dwarf Fortress. Did I skip Frostpunk? Oh, I did. I also skipped Stalker. But, like, you know. Is Stalker gonna come out? It was a very busted demo, but it was definitely a demo. That's what I'll say about Manor Lords. It was certainly a demo. But, like, you know, I think it doesn't really matter what rank Dwarf Fortress is in the overall, like, listing. At least not in my eyes. I think more what matters is just how many people are going to buy it on day one. You know? Although, with all of the press, maybe the number of wish lists will go up. Maybe the number of followers will go up. Maybe number go burr. And Dwarf Fortress become 16th. Or 15th. What's the Skunkworks project from Take-Two? What? Oh, KSP2? Yeah. No, I mean, Private Division is Take-Two. That seems too cool for Take-Two. Private Division publishes some neat things, but it's one of those, like, publishers where I'm like, man, I don't trust them. And that's kind of all I have to say about Private Division. It's like, I don't trust them. They've also released some pretty bad stinkers, but, you know. Okay, so 2 things about Dwarf Fortress, Soulburn. Dwarf Fortress is extremely fucking easy if you've played any game like Dwarf Fortress before, right? It's a very, very easy to figure out game. It's the first thing. Assuming you don't settle next to 3 Necromancer towers and, like, you don't settle in a terrifying biome. Or, like, somewhere where, like, you're on an ocean that's gonna melt. And then everybody drowns. So unless you, like, intentionally settle somewhere that's gonna be really difficult, it's extremely fucking easy. Also, it's gonna have a full tutorial. So vast majority of people, I assume, will be smart enough to click yes on tutorial and go through the basic tutorial, and it'll walk you through the basics, right? Which is all you really need. You just need to know how to get your doors beer, beds, and food. And once you can do all those 3 things, you're good to go. Second, its premium is going to be fully mouse supported. So what is there to complain about the controls? I think that there might be some, like, old heads who like the old game who will be like, where'd my hotkey go? But that's totally fine. Okay, well, I just see, here's the thing. It'll bring a ton of new people who will argue about controls and how hard the game is. I vehemently disagree with that statement. Because, like, maybe I'm, like, some video game genius, but for me, the learning curve for Dwarf Fortress was less than 10 hours, which is, like, easier than most big strategy games I've played. Like, literally, you just need beer, beds, food. Done. I don't see where this arguing is coming from. I'm not smarter than most people. I didn't graduate high school. Actually, maybe that makes me smarter than most people. But, like, I technically graduated early by skipping half the classes and just doing the final tests. The culture is to complain about stuff and folks will complain? Yeah, but I don't see what the purpose of stating that here is like it's some fact, because I genuinely don't believe it's going to happen. Right? Like, you're stating that the worst is going to happen before we've gotten there. And it's like, all right, if we get there and people are mad and arguing, cool. People are currently arguing about the fact that they can't pre-order it. Why do we care? Why is that a relevant statement? Dwarf Fortress is an exceptionally easy game. Out of every single colony builder I've ever played in my life, Dwarf Fortress is one of the easiest. It's obtuse, and the UI rework makes it significantly less obtuse. And if you're a sane person, you'll play the tutorial. And if you're not, and you're like, man, I've played games like this before, you can probably fuckle thumbs your way through the building and figure it out. It's not going to be that difficult. I played fucking Civ 2 without a manual when I was, like, 8, and I figured that out. Give people more credit. Also, like, just remember that Crusader Kings 3 has exceptionally positive reviews, and that game, I would argue, is just as hard, if not harder, to learn than Dwarf Fort. Civ 2 is easy? Not for an 8-year-old. Dwarf Fortress is easy. And I've seen pictures of small children playing it on Reddit, so just remember, give humans more credit. You're not giving humans enough credit. You're being a pessimistic, strange person, and I don't fully get it. Assuming everybody's going to argue about controls, it's literally mouse-driven. And assuming everybody's going to argue about how hard the game is, it's not hard. I very much feel like CK is a harder game to learn. And CK's tutorial is fucking 4 hours long for CK3. There is no DRM in Dwarf Fort. even in the Steam version. Imperator Rome was terrible. And I did. I hated it. It was an awful game. Awful, 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 awful game. It was one of the most boring, dull, dog shit fucking strategy games I've ever played. Jesus Christ. But then again, I played it on launch and never went back to it. It might be fine now, but when I played it, it was awful. That was so fucking boring. Like, painfully boring. I think, like, Imperator Rome actually, like, just made me uninterested in playing any other Paradox games again. It's like, that was my attempt to get back into Paradox games, and I was just like, you know what? No, fuck this shit. I'm just gonna play Dwarf Fort. Play games that are good. Okay, so what's this sizable number that you're describing? Like, I guess I'll say this, Solburn. What is the purpose of this conversation? You're talking about a minority of a minority of a minority of a player base here. What is the topic of this like discussion? Like, genuinely, what is the point of your arguments here? Aside from just, like, trying to intentionally be a downer. Who cares? It's not the community's jobs to look at such posts. Genuinely. And if people come in here arguing and mad about the fact that they didn't play the tutorial, I will laugh at them and time them out. Because that's what I do. Who cares? Who gives a shit? And if they come in and ask genuine questions, we'll help. But if people just come in arguing and being assholes, yeah, they can fuck off. Well, who cares? Like, genuinely, that's a good thing. If people are asking questions about the new version. Like, the only thing that I see about this conversation, this is the least pleasant conversation I've had today, by the way. Except for the person who called me ugly. Fuck that person. But, like, this is, yes, you can skip the tutorial. This is the most negativity I've heard from my chat today. Who fucking cares? Move on. That's my thought too, Mythica. Can I fill a moat with elven blood? You'd need a very large surplus of blood because of how fast blood evaporates. So unlikely. But if you were on a map where it was raining blood, that would happen to be elven blood, sure. But then good luck digging a moat, because the dwarves wouldn't really want to be out in that. I mean, would you like getting drenched in blood while you're digging a moat? Can you make black pudding? Blood is not a cookable substance, but I'm pretty sure you can make it a cookable substance by changing the raws. Most highly participated game? You mean anticipated? There is no cannibalism in Dwarf Fortress. That is allowed by the player by default. So in order to access any of that, you'd have to turn on mods. Dwarves refuse to butcher sentience. Blood is a bug, actually. So barrels filled with blood show up in caravans because the way the game assigns what's in a barrel is they take barrel and assign random liquid to barrel. That's how the game assigns barrels to caravans. So blood showing up is actually a bug. They're not supposed to show up. It's not cookable. It's not useful. It's completely useless. You should just sell it back to them. Yeah, and I think that that's kind of disgusting and don't want to talk about it more than I have to, Pythica. There's certain things that I really dislike about other video games, and that's one of those things. So here's the thing, right? You're making it seem like a large percentage of people who buy the game are going to be in that party, which I vehemently disagree with. I think it's going to be a very small percentage of people. And yes, a small percentage of people who pick up Dwarf Fortress will be confused and tripping over themselves. But I think the vast majority of people who willingly go to the Steam store and purchase the video game Dwarf Fortress probably have a slight inkling of what the fuck they're getting into, right? And if you have a slight inkling of what the fuck you're getting into, I don't think they're going to have a problem. Congrats, you used to be rich. Freeways. Again. So that's my take. And your take is there's going to be a huge amount. No, I don't think that group's going to be huge because people that have never played a game like this before, I hope will be smart enough to play the tutorial. And if they don't, then, you know, we'll help them through. And that's something that the Dwarf Fortress community has been doing for literally decades. You know, like you should go watch any of the go look at any of the questions and answers threads on the subreddit, you know, or go to the Bay 12 forums and look at the newbies section. Like, just go read some of the forums that are active in the Dwarf Fortress community and see how actively they are helping people. And I don't think you'll be concerned about that. Just look at the average age of users on Steam and the average player base of similar games. I don't think there will be a problem. I don't think it will be that large. Like, I'm very much, like, in disagreement with your take, Soulburn. Very, very, very much. I don't know where you're getting this, like, this game is going to be so difficult for some people. Also that, Civ. Also, I asked you to change the subject, like, 10 minutes ago. Why are we still on this? Over 10K views? Officially? I mean, I'm actually over 12K in the back end. It's actually going up again. I was down to 700 views an hour. We're back up to 800. 808, actually. Everybody's favorite kick drum. I'm sad, though. My meme doesn't quite have 1,000 views yet. Ah, well. YouTube shorts suck anyway. I would rather not play Victoria 3, thanks. I'd rather play good video games like Dwarf Fortress that aren't going to have $150 in DLC in a year and a half. You liked learning it more than playing it? There was one streamer who I know who said that, like, the tutorial for Crusader Kings 3 is one of the best video games he's played in years and has no interest in playing any more of it. Which I thought was kind of funny. But, welcome back, Kleno. Hurts your old Anno addiction? I'll be honest, it's the reason I stopped playing Anno. Also, like, I have this weird relationship with Anno games where every single time a new Anno game comes out, I'm stupidly excited for it, and I play, like, 30, 40, 50 hours, and then I realize I actually hate the end game of Anno, and then play a few rounds with, like, the combat turned off, and then realize I really don't like Anno, and then I uninstall Anno and forget about it until a new Anno game comes out. And then I get tricked into thinking I like them again. I don't know what it is. It's like, I love the idea of Anno as a franchise, but actually playing Anno is, like, the worst. Which is, I don't know, maybe a weird take, but... And then I also realized that I actually don't want to play Anno. I want to play Dawn of Discovery, which for those of you who don't live in Canada, that's Anno 1404, because it's better than every Anno they've made since. This is like every single discussion of every single new Paradox game ever, Freeways. Your mom has played Anno 1800 since its release? Yeah, that sounds like a mom game. If Truck Sim is a dad game, then Anno's a mom game. That checks out. I mean, in your heart, it can. Oz. 1800 is fine. It's fine. All suffer from being boring once you hit endgame and snowball. DF ending in destruction is way better. Unless you're me and playing Longdeath, but sure. Hiya, curses. Although we are going to be swapping forts in about 20 minutes. Although actually, in about 20 minutes here, I'm going to go do my lunch break, and then we're going to swap forts. You have a good night's sleep, FG. This is Longdeath, yes. I'm watching them make some leather trousers. We recently reclothed all of the dwarves. Nothing worse than a naked dwarf. Pretty good at keeping my dwarves clothed. You know, I just realized we still haven't seen what vomit's gonna look like in premium. Can we get that in the next what's it called? Update? I want to know what the vomit tiles are gonna look like. We know what blood splatter is gonna look like, but I don't believe I've seen vomit in any of the preview coverage. Maybe I need to go scan through the footage too. It's chunky. I don't know. I'm more interested in the color. Is it blue? Is it orange? Is it green? A lot of fun different headcanons. Is it purple? Does it change based on what they've been eating? Doesn't. I just saw a line that I missed. You found me through my playlist on YouTube? I've got several, but... Have we seen Miasma? I want to say that we did, and it was just like a weird, like, opaque purple cloud. But I could be wrong. I know we've seen blood pools. There's a screenshot of blood pools on the Steam page. Which is these. It's raining blood. Because fucking Slayer, I guess. Oh, really? You found the Longdeath playlist in particular? Like, something like 20,000 people have seen that playlist, which is kind of wild to me. What's invest do, and what are you investing? You're investing tickets, which you earn 1 or 2 if you're subscribed or not, every 30 minutes. So type in ! tickets, you see how many you have, and you can invest that number for a chance to win more back, or just lose them all. People are arguing about good old games in in the Steam forums for Dwarf Fort right now. And I just saw a response which is just, you must be fun at parties, which is really amusing to me. Woke up to your video. Thank you for your service. Well, please don't call me a king because I ain't no king. Topple all monarchies and dissolve monarchies. But thank you. Must topple all leaders. Dissolve all monarchies. Bye. Back in the day, I managed to open the circus tent, and clowns managed to not pour out. I was lucky. Well, back in the day, I managed to open a circus tent, and the clowns managed to not pour out? What do you mean? Like you didn't have any flying ones? See, what you do is you smooth the walls, and then you fortify the walls so you can peek behind the walls. So you see them before you dig into them? Or if you're like me, you accidentally fortify into lava and burn your dwarves. You know, I'm like the only person... I feel like I'm like the only person in the Dwarf Fortress community who doesn't give a shit about Dwarf Fortress spoilers. Oh, did you just get startled by something? Must have been a badger there or something that scared him. Where are you going to, human? Come back! How dare you run off with my tribute? Turn around. This human's terrified of something. Okay, no longer terrified. Okay, looks like we're still getting our tribute. Yeah, I never understood it either. I mean, like, my favorite comment on the spoilers. Oh, a giant... Wait, what? No, a giant rat fell off a cliff in the cavern layers. I don't know. The spoiler for Dwarf Fortress is literally in the intro movie. You know? Like, the dwarf mining through the adamantine-colored rock peeks through adamantine-covered rock. Blah! It's literally in the intro movie. Like, how do you not see those spoilers? Oh, shit. I actually have a very sneaky side entrance to the fort that I only just noticed. We need to remove this. You have a good night's sleep, Haas. Yeah, it's also like, have you seen Lord of the Rings? Okay, then you've been spoiled on the content of Dwarf Fortress's endgame. There's also that. Have you seen The Fellowship of the Ring or read The Fellowship of the Ring? If so, then you know what happens if you dig too deep. Logical conclusions. Yeah, I like to be more explicit about it because it makes people braver, Kleno. Like, that's my actual, like, logic behind it is Dwarf Fortress is fun when you understand how to contort the game. And the knowledge of how the circus works is important to contorting the game. Like, knowing that, oh, I have to directly channel and mine through adamantine specifically to find demons in the underworld. When you know that, it makes the caverns way more approachable and exciting. Although Belrogs are more forgotten beasts, less like, surprise demon horde! Beep! I don't know. Giant balls made of snow with wings that shoot fire aren't that strange. I had a bunch of demons that all managed to kill themselves because they were snow that shot fire. It's pretty good. Death is all around us. Feels so uneasy. As a dwarf. But you get riches and nothing bad ever happens. This is true. My Patreon receipt is here. Oh yeah, I mean, like they're exactly like Forgotten Beasts. They're random material, random creature type, random ability, potential upgrades like scales or shell or wings, and then the rest is just off to the races. And then they just come charging into your fort. And then you fight them. And then you unironically scream, "You shall not pass!" And you throw all your dwarves at it, and they all get ripped to pieces, and you go, "Oh, sad." And then your fort ends. Like, I genuinely think that digging too deep is a really fun mechanic if you're expecting it. If you're not expecting it, I think it sucks. So.
It's happening casual 192 onk.
Thank you very much, Casual Elephant, for the $1. Appreciate it. It is in fact happening, or something is. And thanks for taking the number 3 spot on that leaderboard. Losing is in fact fun to a degree, I would say. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, I had a bunch of like rock fire-breathing like gorillas once that were pretty fucking unstoppable. December 6th? Mm-hmm. You gotta deck that 6 in the head. I mean, what? 6th of Moonstone, 2022. Someone needs to like dare Krug Smash to edit his own trailer. On the 6th of Moonstone, 2022. Dwarf Fortress releases in this ethereal cloud known as Steam. And in a strange itch that I can't seem to get rid of. When I digged your first adamantine vein, you didn't expect it, and I, for my part, am really glad I didn't know that it was coming. Fair enough. Fair enough. You had more troubles with kobolds rather than... More troubles? What, like kobolds running in and stealing your anvil or some shit? True, yeah. That was basically just certain death. You know, like, this is just me, but one day when Bay 12 are all a bunch of billionaires, or millionaires, multi-millionaires, they should outsource, like, Liberal Crime Squad and World War II Medic and maybe OG 2D Dwarf Fortress before you could even play Dwarf Fortress and it was just adventure mode. Polish those up and release them as is for like $5 or free on Steam. I'm just saying, I want a Bay 12 Games Classic Pack. And also, like, include, like, the last real playable build of Armok in there. Your only regret is that it's happening after your trip overseas. It'll be the perfect game to play on a laptop during an 8-hour flight. That is true. I just realized. I have, like, 12 humans in cages. What? I am gonna rush you guys under a drawbridge. Oops. I once had, like, 12 gray langurs book it down to my wagon and steal my anvil, a pick, both of my battle axes, and a bunch of food, and ran off the side of the map. You're off to beds. We'll see you later, animal. Thank you for your insanity, and thanks for hanging out, as per usual. Remember vividly having a Keela, stealing your starting anvil, and then going to Google auto complete mode, Dwarf Fortress Kias. Stole anvil. That's fantastic. Have you seen that video on YouTube of a bunch of Kias deconstructing a small car? By the end of it, like, they've got the door off. Like, it's a thing. Soon to be. They might already be skeletons. I don't know how long they've been there. An outpost liaison. The dwarves are here to trade. They're goblin birds. There's somebody who comes by this chat every now and again who lives really close to where a bunch of Kias hang out. And hearing him talk about them is pretty funny. Like, his take on Kias are quite literally identical to Dwarf Fortress's take on Kias. He's just like, fuck those stupid animals. Fucking hate them. I wish that they would just, like, cease to exist. People complain about mosquitoes? No, Kias are actual threat, number one. He's like, see, mosquitoes don't rip your door off while you're sleeping. He's talking about them opening up windows. No, small tropical island in his case, off the coast. But yes, that general area. Not overrun with clowns, but I did once retake a fort, or reclaim, excuse me, a fort that was created by the game's World Gen. And the death of the fort, was they dug too deep, right? And reclaimed it, and like the goal of that fort was we were going to be an evil group of dwarves that claimed it, and the whole point was I embarked with a bunch of trained soldiers, 7 trained soldiers. We waited for the first migrant wave to show up. I trained them all up. I set that to my population limit so we would get no more migrants, and we just attacked every single trade caravan that came until we had like a final stand. It was a pretty cool little fort. It was a fun like day project, basically. Basically making like an evil group of dwarves. They also all they were part of a faction that all worshipped a very evil god, which was pretty fitting. But anyway, in that fort, when we went all the way down to the bottom, because there was like the central staircase that all the proc gen forts have, right? When we made it to the bottom of that staircase, it went all the way down to the tip of an adamantine spire, kind of like off center from the fortress. And they'd mined through the first layer of the adamantine, but the second one had a constructed floor on it and engravings all the way around of dwarves dying, being slaughtered by that slaughter, which, by the way, one of the coolest things I've ever realized actually happens in Dwarf Fortress is that if a fort digs too deeply and greedily in Legends mode, they will plug the hole and engrave around it, which is rad. Zahn says, I am your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. There is much to share. Information has been added to your civilization and world info. What requests do you have of our merchants? I don't know. I guess black bronze. Black bronze, rose gold, silver, brass, steel, electrum. I feel like I should start requesting gems too. Pinfire opals, harlequin opals. I'll just... Well, specifically metal for me to paint my floor with, actually. There you go. Mark's Dwarf Bembul is fighting with a buzzard. Well, that's good. Someone has to. Zahn says, farewell, Saigon. I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. And it makes for a neat way to deal with goblin invasions. Just invite them to the circus. I once drained an ocean into hell. That was pretty fun. I was in a fortress next to an ocean, and I realized that if I trimmed right through one wall, it would go straight down my central staircase and into hell. That was pretty satisfying. Straight up flooded hell. Also, that's how I learned that the glowing pools down there are infinite holes, akin to every single hole in Star Wars. Anyway, the ocean very quickly drained into those holes. Which was admittedly kind of sad, but it was still very funny seeing all the demons swimming around. How does the map look when you drain the ocean? It continues to infinitely refill from the edge of the fortress. I'm going to say this again, and I've said this many, many, many times. FPS death is a myth unless you're playing the game very wrong. I've never lost a fortress to frame rate death, with the exception of one, and that was just because I was too lazy to deal with the problem. And the problem was Crundles spawning at the edge of the map, down in the bottom corner of the map, and it was a resurrecting map, so they would rip each other apart, and then it would spawn more Crundles. So there was basically it was like 500 entities just like in one tiny square, underground. So, no, I've never lost a fort to FPS death. Also, most of the dwarves in that fort were dead anyway. No. I mean, so I had a fort once so I had a fort once that used an ocean as a defense mechanism. I had, a little trapdoor that went underneath it that I popped with a piston that, by pulling a lever, I could drain it and fill up, this, basically an entire cavern layer down in the basement. The enemy, and it was kind of like Moses, where, it would part the ocean. Because there was a landmass on one side and a landmass on the other side. The enemies would go down through the ocean, or I would make them go up onto a drawbridge or bridges over across to the other side, and they'd walk down into the ocean, and then I'd gurgle them in the ocean, right? It's fun as hell for it. When I would pull that lever to drain the ocean into the caverns, the game would stop moving for about 5 seconds, and then it would pick back up, and that's before I got a new CPU. So that was on a 4770, or 4770? Okay. I can't remember. I think that was the 47 something. Anyway, whatever that processor was, it was an i7. It was rather old at this point. It was 2013. And it ran fine. And this computer runs it even better. I genuinely don't know where people get this FPS death problem from. FPS death is the game slows down to an unplayable rate. The one time that happened was back when the tree bug still existed, and even that's been mostly fixed. 4770, that was it. Yeah, 4770K. What's the fastest CPU you can buy for DF? I have no fucking idea because I'm not a tech head. I'm using a 7700. Holy shit, 612. I know, right, Soul Shiner? I'm using a 7700K processor right now, which is a very fast clock speed. But like, I am not a tech head, so I do not know. But what I'll tell you is you want clock speed. Nothing else matters. Core amp count doesn't matter. On your laptop? I mean, like, if you're playing on a tiny little old laptop, yeah, I could kind of see why. That was a good watch? No problem. I made it yesterday and had it uploaded and ready to go before I made the other video that I uploaded yesterday. Yeah, absolutely. Like I'm of the opinion that Dwarf Fortress doesn't run great on any machine, but it runs just fine on any machine, if that makes any sense. Someone's saying December 12th, 2022 is the release date. I was like, no, it's the 6th, though. I was wondering if the Steam Deck might be able to run this game, even if not supported then. You hear the thing. So here's the thing I will say about the Steam Deck. Dwarf Fortress already runs on the Steam Deck. Someone in my chat had it running and working, mostly. The problem with the current version is it requires keyboard control and keyboard input, and has only like, believe it or not, Dwarf Fortress actually has some mouse support. Like if I don't know, click this, like see, nothing works in here, but if I go D and then pop up the designations menu, I can click. Dwarf Fortress already has some mouse support. It's just super duper limited. So like playing with an on-screen keyboard kind of blows, but like it runs on the Steam Deck largely fine already. So outside of like the fact that it won't have Linux compatibility natively at launch, I mean, if there's a will, there's a way, right? Yeah, this is completely vanilla. I'm not using DF Hacker Therapist. Well, I mean, with Premium, I would just say you don't even need controller support. It has a touchscreen, does it not? You just use the touchscreen as a mouse. And I don't think that's like a crazy like statement. Like, that seems pretty legitimate. I want to buy crystal glass. Crystal and clear glass, actually. Clear is the best color, I'm telling you. Many dwarves will love clear. At 1.25 speed. Damn, I talk pretty fast in that video, too. You're a true, like, blind IRL fan, then, if you're watching my videos at faster than default speed. 1.5 when you were reading? Wow. Oh, fair enough. I mean, I'm not a big fan of thumb pads or touch screens, but, you know, I'm sure they'll work. I can tell you this, Dwarf Fortress will not have any official controller support, though. You watch them all at default? So there was a running joke in my YouTube channel for a little bit specifically when the DF News videos started to blow up initially, because like if you look at my YouTube channel, the vast majority of the videos I uploaded are like 5+ hours long, right? To the point where like the DF News videos are kind of a weird anomaly. And there was this person who kept commenting on every single one of my news videos for a while saying Real Blind Fans watches the stream VODs at 2.5%. So thus Real Blind Fans watch these videos at the same speed. So there was a joke for a bit there that because I like upload such long ass VODs as my primary upload to for Dwarf Fortress, Real Blind Fans watch me at high speed. So that's where that comes from. But that's why it's discussed sometimes. Real Blind Fans watch it live. That's true. Yeah, actually. The real fans are here right now, but the other real fans watch at 2.5% speed. Real fans hide behind my chair and make no sound? You must be really small. What was the other video I released yesterday? I released a video yesterday talking about the... Well, actually, here I can... So yesterday I put up this video. New logo and page art. But I'd already edited and uploaded this video when I made this video. This video was like already edited and ready to go. And then this one, I then went and recorded this one and I was like, okay, how do I talk for 4 minutes about Dwarf Fortress without like letting on that I already have it? Shit. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another Talk with... It's my voice. Gotta mute me. You're so fucking hype. Yeah, me too. And it's weird because like I don't... We're just trying to clean out all of this random garbage from the forest. I don't generally get this excited about video games. This is like strange for me, and it's been a long time since I've actually been excited for a video game. It's a really weird situation to be in. You didn't think it would be this year? You know what's ironic is for like the last 3 weeks, I've been stating I think it's going to release at the end of November. Like I was pretty convinced it would be like last Tuesday of November. I was, oh shit, I found those dead humans. Oh, hey, that's good news. But yeah, I was pretty convinced it was going to release last week in November. And I kept on saying, like, if we don't have a release date by the last weekend of November, or by like I was saying if we don't have a release date by the 15th of November, it's not coming out this year. And I was pretty fucking convinced it was gonna come out on the 29th of November. But turns out I was a week off. Turns out I was a week off. You were thinking January 23rd? I mean the temporary placement date. Hold up. I'm sending somebody a link to a thing real quick. Tactics Ogre is so fucking sweet. I understand. I mean, there is one game that's coming out shortly after, or shortly before Dwarf Fortress that I'm excited about, which is the Callisto Protocol. I told Tanya that all the smart people were saying that no one releases in December. No one releases in mid-December. There's a difference. Once the winter sales start, you don't release a video game. So basically, like, the last day, which is actually really funny, because didn't, like, Vampire Survivors originally release on, like, the 19th of December or something stupid? It was, like, just a couple days before Christmas. So, I don't know. I'm looking forward to Callisto Protocol. I just don't know if I'm going to spend full price on it, and I don't know if I'm going to stream it at launch. But I do want to play Callisto Protocol. I don't think it's... I think by December 2nd, my priority is going to be Dwarf Fortress. Oh, shit! Nyeko, the merchant, has given birth to baby girl. Anybody want to be a dwarf in Longdeath? Also, I respect the name Alpha Centauri. You don't do spooky games? That's not spooky! That's run around with big gun and blast the shit out of shit. It's not spooky. Spitalier? Pablo? Want someone who hasn't had one before. Where are too depressing of a setting for you? You're a big fan of Alien Wake. Alan Wake. Yeah, Alan Wake was great. Poimu. We'll give it to Poimu. You've been around for ages, and apparently you haven't had a dwarf in Longdeath. She is the daughter of Nyako and Deadless, and is a worshiper of Shin Russet Amber the Red Walks. Although the next Alan Wake is supposed to actually be a horror game instead of a thriller, so good luck. She was born today, which makes her very young indeed. She is short, naturally, as a baby, and she has a narrow chin. Her lips are slightly thick, and her cobalt eyes are somewhat narrow. Her small-lobed ears are somewhat broad, and her hair is a crew, and her medium-length hair is neatly combed. She likes microcline, sterling silver, dementoid, clear glass, and a whole whale shark leather. Tetrahedron mackerel for their stripes, and muck roots, their twisting shape, and the words of the amethyst walls and the sound of the blossom of songs of impossible prefers to consume moth. Wait, what? Really? Moth, cow cheese, fonio beer, and absolutely hates moon snails. Personally respects the development of skill and doesn't readily value merrymaking, but dreams of raising a family. She is never in the slightest bit cheerful about anything, and she shares intimate details of her life without sparing a thought to the repercussions or propriety. So essentially, if she commits a crime, I got to interrogate her. She has an active sense of humor, and she's very humble. And she is often nervous and doesn't have an active sense of humor. She is very humble and often nervous. I reread that. And she enjoys the company of others. She's pleased by her own appearance and talents and finds helping others emotionally rewarding. Likes a little excitement now and again, and doesn't cling tightly to ideas, and is open to changing her mind. You'll do just fine, Dwarf, I think. Is literally you? Well, I'm glad that we hit the nail on the Dwarf, but I think it's time to swap forts, which also means I think it's time for me to go do lunch. Soma is unironically your favorite horror game of all time? I watched a Let's Play of Soma, so I didn't play Soma. I did like Amnesia, though. That was a fun playthrough. I played Amnesia at my friend's house, the first one, The Dark Descent. Played Amnesia at my friend's house, and my friend was named Daniel. So that was weird. You have to go to work. Oh, no. Well, you have a good day at work. We'll be on tomorrow. Want to see more. Same time, same channel. But, yeah, I played Amnesia with a dude named Daniel while the game kept going, Daniel! Daniel! And it was very funny. His mom came in once and she was like, what the fuck's happening? Why is the game, why is the TV keep shouting your name? And he goes, I don't know, Daniel. Anyway, I think that's enough Longdeath for the day. I never played Penumbra. Penumbra? Penumbra. Although I've been told that the issue with Penumbra is the way to make Penumbra not scary at all is just crank up the gamma. Because there's no insanity mechanics. So chat room. I'm going to take a 10-minute break. We are 6.5 hours into the stream, which means we're probably around halfway through. But I'm going to go eat a sandwich because my tummy grumbled and I'm hungry. Where has a mind companion where he's just a thick Boston man. He's just a thick dude from Boston. Huh. Yeah, no, I never played the old ones. I also didn't play any of the Amnesia games post the first one. I just played the first one. Was literally their tech demo? Yeah, that's what I've heard. They're old games. Those ones, yeah. I mean, lots of games are old. Lots of games are old and are still fun. Looking at you, Fear. Anyway.